Hello everybody and welcome to the Honor of Kings New Kings, the new official community circuit for all players over Europe, not only to compete but to connect and level up. And speaking of level up, this is all powered by Level Infinite. I am Blam, and with me once again is Phil Umus. How are we feeling today, Phil?
I'm feeling great. Thank you guys all for tuning back in. Yesterday we saw some match. Today we're going to be seeing who is going to be the new kings of this tournament here, right? We're going to see the teams that lost face each other and the teams that won face each other, and one victor is going to be crowned.
Yeah, so obviously first match of the day will be the third place decider, which is still going to be a best of 3 format, which is what we were covering yesterday. So that's going to be against Delta Force Launcher and Battle for Peace. And then, as we know, Looking for HoK and the Power of Friendship are going to be the two teams that will obviously be representing the new kings out of the Ascension to go into the top 8 of the Open Series. But like you were saying, Phil, it's that all-important first place, right? Let's see who can get to the top and who's the best out of these new kings.
Absolutely. And for this tournament here, we're mainly going to be playing for cash prizing here. Both the top two teams have already secured their top 8, and then the third and fourth team will also be playing for prizing here. So they're kind of always locked in, but of course you're going to want to be the best, and then you don't want to be the fourth team if possible here. So it's going to be interesting to see. We have the two teams that couldn't get a win face each other, and now the two teams that could not get a loss face each other, and someone's going to go home with some losses and wins today.
Someone always has to learn and lose. Obviously, Kindofu always talks about learning rather than losing, so some of these teams have to do a little bit more learning. But I mean, with the new Kings Ascension and obviously new Kings roadmap as well, this is not the only tournament bracket there's going to be. We're going to be looking at obviously the other months as well. We have one for next month, which is going to be obviously August, and one for September, which we'll get into just a little while. But for those that didn't join in yesterday, this is the Ascension bracket, and this is how all the action went down, right? So we had some like clear 2-0 stomps between these two teams, but I feel like for me personally, POF against Battle for Peace was definitely a little bit more of a closer game in terms of like mechanics, but overall, those team fights, the way the POF kind of always just outshined Battle for Peace within that final best of 3, meant that they was able to get through into the bracket today.
Absolutely. I think LFO actually ended up, busting out some more unconventional strategies, and they made it work too. So that could be a huge edge. And here is a look at the roadmap here. We are currently in the July segment in the Ascension portion. As you can see, it goes scrim into trial into the actual tournament here, and that's where we are now. And we're now up to the part where two teams go ahead and make it to the top 8 qualified, and those two teams are going to be here, LFO and Power of Friendship.
Yeah, exactly. Like you were saying there, Phil, obviously, this is not the only tournament. You do have August and September, so if you do fancy yourself getting involved in these competitions, you can do. But speaking of competitions, it wouldn't be a competition without a special giveaway, and that's how you can join the Honor of Kings EU Discord to be in chance of winning those 1,200 tokens. There's 2 batches of those to be given away here as well, so if you want the first lucky winner, hey, maybe you'll be the second lucky winner here. So definitely go and follow the discord.gg/HoKEU to be in a chance of getting those tokens, but also potentially participating in the future New Kings brackets.
Absolutely. Sign up. People always ask me what are the best ways to go ahead and get into competitive scene. This is one of the best ways. You can come in as a solo player, you can come in with a friend, right? And then we'll match you guys up with a 5-man. You run into scrims, and then you play your actual trials at the end of the week. It is a pretty, serious environment, and that's what you want when you want to learn and get better at the game and kind of move into competitive.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying earlier though, Phil, like, the thing is that what's on the line now for these top 2 teams that are going obviously into the best of 5 format is they're looking to try and get that $400 prize pool, right? They either go first and win the $400, or they go second place and win $250. But both of these teams, for those new joining in, they are going to be making it into the top 8 of Open Series West Europe. So they could potentially be going on, if they're successful within that top 8 of the Open Series, to then play into the Kings Major West League, which would be then one step closer to get into that international stage. So these teams already showing that there is a pathway just for anybody that is really serious at being competitive within Honor of Kings.
If you have enough drive, you can make it anywhere, right? And this just goes to show you can go ahead and climb your way up the ranks. You can build your skills, even if you're not there right now skill-wise, right? This is a great stepping stone tournament for you to go ahead and learn how to either play your role or play and communicate with others, right? It's a great place to meet friends and learn, draft and all that. And speaking of draft, we're about to go right in the draft.
Yes, game number 1 underway, a little bit quicker today for those watching, and obviously, would it be a BP draft without seeing the Ollie being the first ban here for the side of Delta Force Launcher? Obviously, Battle for Peace are going to be on the red side here as well, so a couple of those, obviously, blue side prio picks could be coming through here for both of these teams. Obviously, the Maestro Nui ban, again, just that kind of staple ban that we've been used to see within Honor of Kings, no matter the level of the competition, right, Phil?
Absolutely. I don't think Arlie's seen a single chance of even being played yesterday. I was about to say, it didn't see it play. It didn't even get the chance to see play yesterday. The Mai did come out, from my understanding, and I think it lost. So that's another strike towards Mai on the fraud watch there. As we see, the idea being banned out now. Pretty standard bans on both sides so far, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, the Mai did come through, and you are correct there, Phil. It was a loss. It was obviously Battle for Peace that chose it in the second game against Power of Friendship. So, I mean, against Power of Friendship, they were looking like a very strong team anyway. They definitely needed to bring out those big guns. And maybe it was at the kind of like the jest of Power of Friendship. It's like, you know what? You need as much help as possible against us in this game number 2, so you can have the Mai Shiranui. But this time around, Delta Force Launcher going for the Prio Blue Dolia pick. So the potential of the combos here is pretty much infinite for the side of Delta Force Launcher.
For sure. I really like the Dolia pick as it enables a lot of these weakers to be a lot stronger. I don't know if I necessarily would prio it first pick there, though. It's a little bit dangerous. There's a lot of other strong characters on the board, like that Dharma, as we see getting picked up here by BFP.
Dharma getting picked up here, but I mean, this is one of the pairings into the Clash lane that works very well with the Dolia, right? The Elaine coming through with the double depths on Sunset, being able to get that access into the back line, completely dodge that front line assault from your enemy team as well. I mean, the side of Battle for Peace, they do take away the Dune here as well, which was something they actually picked yesterday in their first game. So actually seeing them pick this up is going to be a little bit of the same song and dance. But speaking of combos, I mean, Kaiser into the jungle here with the Dolia as well. That's kind of like that's a combo from time ago, man.
That is a super hard carry combo. If the Kaiser can get ahead and get 2 ultimates off, that is like one of the strongest things in the game. But there are a lot of things need to go your way for that to go ahead and happen here. But I would say DFL, while they have a pretty solid core already, they kind of showed their hand, right? Their composition is very focused on diving here. So now BFP knows that they're not going to be able to pick, a fairly vulnerable marksman or carries here. They need to go ahead and protect them. They pick up the Zhongfei here with a heal. And the carries that they do pick up need to be a little bit more resilient to make sure they don't get blown up.
Yeah, potentially something like the D-Ranger as well, right? Like, that has quite a lot of cleanse, that can kind of cleanse the knockup of the Elaine, the slow of the Dolia, or even the kind of slow from the Kaiser as well. So that could potentially be the pickup here for them. But like you were saying, Phil, there's a lot of kind of disengaged potential here on the side of Battle for Peace. They have the Unbridled Outburst. that's kind of going to be able to push away the side of Delta Force Launcher. If they think they've got such kind of like a great footing into the team fight, that's really going to disrupt them. And then you have obviously the Dharma and the Dune on top of that as well to try and make for a good re-engage. But we're getting into the second part of the ban phase here. Obviously the Nua as well as the Lady banned out here because neither of these teams have their mid or their marksman. So leaving those kind of like ultimate power and damage outputs towards these last picks is going to be, could be fruitful or even detrimental for either of these two teams.
If I was BFP here and I'm not picking the Renji, I would definitely ban it out because their composition so far has 3 melee bruiser slash tank style characters, and you don't want to be up against a D-Renji when you have a fairly durable team like that because he's gonna immediately shred you guys down. So let's see what they go ahead and pick up here. I would say the D-Renji is a good pick. You know, you mentioned it was a little bit more self-sufficient. It has that cleanse, is able to peel for itself here, and it removes a marksman that could kind of be a big one on their side there.
Yeah, I mean, all you need is really that kind of like engage. If the side of Delta Force Launcher go for the D-Ranger, they've obviously got the already engaged from the Kaiser and the Elaine, and then they could just come through with the D-Ranger, use the ultimate, and get that kind of takedown, get that damage reduction. I mean, you can see it already being kind of hovered between both Flowborn and D-Ranger. If they don't take it, I feel like Battle for Peace will.
We got some cooking coming out before that even gets picked up. The Xiao Xiao gets picked up here on the side of BFP here. Not the most, you know, durable pickup, but once you get that Splendor going, it could be a fairly disruptive mage in the mid lane. And there's the D-Renji we talked about. It is hovered, and it looks like it is going to be locked in alongside the Yi Jing. No, maybe the Gan Mo. We're still deciding here on the side of DFL.
I feel like the Yixing would play a little bit better into this draft, right? Because, I mean, they don't need that kind of burst damage just yet, especially if they've got such a solid front line, because it's going to give the D-Ranger a lot of time just to keep sort of bashing away the basic attack button. So having that control, having that kind of lockdown with the board here, and Yixing has a lot of damage as well. Obviously, he's passive, is what they're really going to be relying on, getting those stacks to get that AP, that ability power a little bit higher on this pick. But like you were saying there, the Xiao Xiao coming through, already quite a bit of burst here. They were really lacking the damage onto the side of Battle for Peace.
Yeah, Battle for Peace's composition so far, if they do lock in that Marco Polo, is an extremely low range composition. And that's gonna play right into the Yi Jing, right? When you're all low range, you're gonna be clumped up and you're gonna get trapped by that board. So Yi Jing's board placements is gonna be pivotal to this game here, I would say. And when you guys are all locked up and then they get either 2 boards going or 2 Elaine ultimates coming here, it could be a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Delta Force Launcher, obviously they do have the Dolia, but the fact is they have so many heroes that they could obviously pair it up with, right? Like, you've got the Kaiser, you've got the Elaine, you've got the Yixing, so really the illusion of choice there could be at the detriment for Delta Force Launcher. They have such a strong pick, but they got to make sure they're giving over that Celestial Melody to the right hero, because if they give it over to the wrong person within that team fight, it could mean a great team fight and the difference to a very bad team fight. But like you were saying, the very little range onto the side of Battle for Peace could also be where Delta Force Launcher is going to be really looking for the access into the backline to make sure they take away that damage.
Yeah, I'd say with a lower range composition like that, they really need to be sharp on their rotations and go ahead and catch the enemies off guard and not really take these overly fair fights. Because if we see a standard, you know, 4v4, 5v5 mid where everyone kind of lines up and throws abilities at each other, you're not going to do well into the Yi Jing, right? They're going to trap you guys in 1 or 2 boards depending on the situation. And while Dolia does have a lot of good targets to go ahead and ultimate there and reset, I'd say that they're all fairly useful in a fight. You can't really go wrong with 2 Kaiser ultimates or 2 boards or 2 Elaine ultimates there. That's one of the benefits of drafting a composition like this that's very Dolia, you know, heavy. I feel like, you know, you don't gotta think too much, right? Anyone is gonna be happy with another on that composition there.
I think you're going to put it any better myself there, Phil. Anyone's going to be happy with 2 ultimates over the 1. But here we go. We're getting into game number 1 between DFL and Battle for Peace. This will be the battle for the deciding place of that 3rd matchup between these 2 teams in the new Kings Ascension.
Absolutely, and for some of the newer players here, you might be wondering why they have so many people middle. Now, middle is the only lane without any objectives, so usually teams will invest heavily in it early game to go ahead and shove it in, and maybe take out the Zhongfei along with it. Wow, okay, that's a That's a tragic misstep there. Usually on melee supports, you gotta, you know, just use your abilities and go ahead and walk away. But Zhang Fei overstayed his welcome a little bit there and gets taken out.
Yeah, I feel like that unfortunate play there for Battle for Peace could really kind of hinder their early game kind of tempo setup here for their team. But the fact is that Delta Force Launcher, they know what they're working with, right? Like, if you really want to kind of abuse this Zhang Fei, you want to do it before level 4, when he doesn't have the Unbridled Outburst, when he doesn't have that kind of, like, lifeline to fall back on just by popping the ultimate, getting that massive shield, getting a lot of health back.
Absolutely. When you play these tank melee support characters, you are extremely strong when you get that level 4, you get that ultimate. Your impact is very explosive. But in the very early game, you're definitely not going to be doing much to something like the Dolly here. You can't even attack the characters that are fighting you, usually.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the Zhang Fei as well, right? Like, as soon as you've, like, lost heal, you know for a fact your enemy team's just going to full commit and just keep going and just locking down that damage. But right now, we're kind of seeing that they're just trying to get the focus into those side lanes. Obviously, neutral objectives will be up in around about another 2 minutes, but a big enough team fight come through here as well. Into the back line's going to be the Kaiser as well with the lane. They get the shutdown onto T Gold, and can they pick up Hana as well? He gets this Wind Slash, able to just keep those in place for now.
And just like that, DFL is going ahead and building himself up a pretty sizable lead. Kaiser goes ahead, gets an assist on that. I'm not sure if he secured the kill, but he's now going to teleport bottom and grab some more farm for himself. Kaiser, one of these characters that are extremely strong, but they're very farm reliant. That's why we don't see them come out too often unless you build a strategy or composition around them. He's very resource hungry. He needs to get everything on the map almost.
Yeah, you need to try and get everything on the map there for the Kaiser, but I mean, more importantly as well, you can kind of see that DFL are really trying to contest those smaller camps into the enemy jungle to just kind of like take a little bit of a hindrance at the enemy's resources. And it's paying off so far, right? I mean, they're only around about 600 gold ahead, but that's going to be something that could slowly but surely snowball out of control here for the side of Battle for Peace.
Yeah, the momentum is definitely on there. We see swaps going down here. We have Xiao Xiao in the bottom lane versus the DRNG, whereas everyone on BFP is kind of trying to move topside here. They have 2 middle, staying the course, trying to clear. Now Zhang Fei does have the ultimate available. Will he use it to make a fight though? Marco Polo, Zhang Fei, oh, and then in the clash lane, lots of fights going on everywhere, it seems like.
Yeah, brawls across every lane. But speaking of a lane, he does get the kill onto the Dharma. They're looking to go for a little bit more here. Hana just trying to defend that minion wave, trying to wipe it out so that the side of DFL can't do any damage to that T1. And he does it nicely. This is the great thing about the Duan pick. He's able to sustain, and obviously he has that second skill, that Gale's Benediction. This keeps him kind of going all on his own. He's kind of like just like a one-man party.
Absolutely, he can definitely go ahead and anchor that tower there. Did you see that play though, between both the Kaiser and lane perfectly jumping out of Dune's skill 1 there? That looks so in sync. Actually, I saw that, I'm like, wow, they got some good footwork going on.
Got some good footwork, got some good micro coming through there as well. Oh, trying to get the steal, though. I mean, this could be a big commit for the side of DFL. The board has been committed. I mean, there is blood going down. That is the side of Battle for Peace as they lose 4 members and DFL lose none.
Battle for Peace did get the Tyrant there, but at what cost as 4 of them go down? I thought Kaiser got it here for a second. He popped ultimate, jumps right in, 1v4, does not quite connect the smite, but they had enough firepower to go ahead and take them out there. And this game's looking like it's getting out of control already, 4 minutes in, and Delta Force Launcher here is up 3,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, we said moments ago there was about like 600, 700 gold ahead, but now, like you're saying there, Phil, they're about 3k gold ahead. But not only that, they got 4 kills in 1 team fight. They got 2 T1s after that team fight as well. So Delta Force Launcher looking a lot more fierce today.
Absolutely. Delta Force is not trying to get a repeat of yesterday here. They're playing the lanes really well here. They have 3 in the clash lane. They're trying to go ahead and take out all these tier 1s. This is the last tier 1 they have. Dharma trying to desperately hold 1v3. Maybe they could get a play happening there. They don't really have damage there though, so even if Dharma connects a nice combo, there's not much follow-up going on. It looks like Battle for Peace here is a little bit they're a little bit off balance here. Their strategy, they're looking for a trade here instead, it seems like, but trading is not going to be enough for them. They're down too much gold.
Yeah, I mean, if it was like a neutralized trade, like it was the first T1s falling, then it would be very good for them. But the fact is they've already lost the other two, and now they've lost the remaining T1. It's going to be hard here for Battle for Peace to try and sort of get back that groove in the resources. But speaking of groove here, the board has been committed once more. Xiao Qiao gets taken down in the early part of the team fight. The passive from the Yixing keeps him alive, but now they're looking for a little bit more. Hana gets dunked on onto the lane, but it's going to be the D-Ranger picking up the kill onto the Zhang Fei.
Battle for Peace looking like pacifists right now as they're not able to secure any kills. It is 10-0, and this is not looking good. That 3K gold lead is now slowly ballooning to almost 5K now as they go ahead and push tier 2s.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the taking liberties come through there as well. Obviously, just doing a lot of damage onto the front line of Battle for Peace. You saw the Death on Sunset being used there just to kind of drive them away from that T2 territory. They're able to actually sustain it, keep it alive here for Battle for Peace just for this moment in time. But right now, they have no singular kill on the board. They only really have one turret and one neutral objective as well, right? So Delta Force Launcher, they were working to a timer, and they knew when to click. And it was literally as soon as the green light was up, they was like, right, we gotta go, we gotta execute.
Absolutely. And I think a general rule of thumb is usually if you're the team that's ahead, you want to go ahead and play safe and maintain that lead. And that's what we see Delta Force doing here. They're going ahead and pushing when they can and then backing up. They don't want to overextend and throw at all. But some advice for usually the losing team is this is the time to get desperate. You got to make some plays here. Try and get some shutdown and come back gold.
Okay, we did see, obviously, trade Dolia for the Dharma. I mean, that could be potentially a good trade here. We do see the flash come through for the D-Ranger, keeping him alive, but into the backline, it's going to be the Kaiser! He gets the pick up onto the Xiao Qiao, looking to get for some more. It's going to be the takedown of Hana on the Dawn. But right now, that Leaping Savior is going to be potentially enough to keep Zhang Fei alive, but they have to be careful here. Battle for Peace. 7 Udo on the lane is looking to kind of nurse this minion wave into the mid lane to try and get this T2.
They are on the board, but that's not going to be enough. We need to see a crazy miracle-style wombo combo for them to come back from this game. We need a huge Truth Mantra into an Unbridled Outburst, into the Marco Polo ult, something like that to connect on them here.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point there, Phil, right? Like, we haven't seen a solid Unbridled Outburst being used to kind of just completely, like, disengage the side of Delta Force Launcher. They just kind of always used it for Jihao to kind of just get out of the team fight, just kind of give himself a little bit more armor, a little bit more health so he can sustain and try and survive for another day. But that another day is not coming around, right? Like, they're still down by 13 kills. They're still down by 6K gold.
Yeah, this is definitely the time to start to get desperate here. This lead is only going to stretch further as it's 14-1. This is a good time to start looking for some cheesy picks here. As we see a 1v2 coming out from a lane.
Oh, flash. Yep, the flash for the Xiao Qiao is not going to be enough to keep him alive. The knockup from the skill of Xiao Qiao as well. But there it is. The boys in blue come through. The double kill once again for 7 Udo. On this lane is played very well, right? I believe he actually picked this yesterday. Yes, first game of the day, he actually picked this lane up against LFO, and obviously didn't quite do as well as what we're seeing right now. Fever Barrage actually being committed here, but DRNG 2v1 gets the kill with the Zhang Fei, but obviously there, Sheng Xiao is able to get the pick off once again.
EFL starting to feel themselves now, you know, going for 1v2s first a lane, and then DRNG's like, I could do that too, check me out. And then he does it as well too. Now maybe this is the, you know, the angle BFP needs to go ahead and come back when the, you know, the team that's ahead is playing a little bit too aggressive. Let's see if they can go ahead and find any of these punishes. Gold lead wise, they are still down a really sizable amount.
Yeah, I mean, sizable amount indeed. Gold is obviously going to be crucial at this point in the game. Obviously, ultimate here being committed from the lane once again. Is it going to be enough to get him out of the team fight? He stays alive for now, but back into the team fight is going to be Lane once again. He has a second wind. He has the Blood Rage being activated here. He gets the takedown onto Hana. That's a lot of front line already being taken up the side of BFP.
This is really not looking good for BFP. I'd say their composition doesn't really have much late game too. When you run such a low range composition, once the Yixing scales up and he gets all his anti-heal, burn, slowing items, it's gonna be a mess for you guys. On top of that, they have a fed Kaiser in the jungle.
Yeah, I don't think Kaiser's been taken down once yet, right? I mean, I feel like it's only the Dolia and potentially the DRNG gets taken out from the side of DFL for now. So the fact, like you say, Neville, this Kaiser has not been caught off yet. Could potentially get caught off here, but he's just kind of trying to poke and prod the Dharma as well as the Xiao Xiao. Really hoping for the big plays here. Already a low health Zhang Fei. He doesn't have the Unbridled Outburst. His rage meter is not up, but right now it's the back line. It's going to be the Elaine once again with the board combo coming through from the I Ching. Able to zone out the enemy team. Looking to push this high ground turret. Zhang Fei can't wipe out the minion wave. He's going to be looking to get taken down here as well. Taking liberties is going to be taking his life. But DRNG getting that kill.
This could be it here. They might have to wait for another minion wave. But to start that fight, Elaine actually led the fight with the ultimate there. Drops down. They tried to counter engage on him, taken out. But the Dolia walks up, resets his ultimate, and then he turns that from running away into an engage, and it led to a great fight. They almost won the game off that, actually.
Yeah, huge fight, right? I mean, if the fact they could have just picked off like 1 or 2 members of the side of BFP, it would have definitely been game number 1 point there for the side of Delta Force Launcher, but they're not looking to kind of finish it just yet. They need a little bit more help. Maybe this is the weakness of DFL, right? They aren't able to kind of finish out the game because they're playing quite defensively on the side of Battle for Peace.
Yeah, I do notice they're playing really safe here, though. But, you know, it's in good reason, right? They can kite back and get the Overlord there. This should be pretty much GG now, though. They have the summon available. They can go ahead and clear a wave and push it as a team. And combat power-wise, they are basically at their peak. Kaiser just hit level 15. DRNG is going to be 15. Elaine's going to be 15 soon. And they should be able to just force a fight under their, you know, whatever high ground tower they choose and win here. So it's up to BFP to go ahead and try to mount some sort of combo or ambush and not let them set up and siege their base.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about peak itemization there for the D-Ranger. Locking in that Daybreaker is just coming through now. Obviously, Brian first connects onto 3, the most important one I've seen so far within this fight. But is it going to be too late? Elaine into the back line, gets a knock up onto 3, but it cannot catch the Xiao Xiao. He finally does get the takedown here on the Loy. There it is, the big re-engage, a double ultimate coming through the Elaine. Can he stay alive? He actually takes shot from the turret, but he's still into the back of the team fight. It's going to be the Kaiser looking to get the pick up here onto the Marco Polo. Do they have the minions? Not quite yet, but the Vanguard's coming through. This is going to be game number 1 going over to DFL.
There we go. Absolute brute force team fight there. They were so ahead in gold and levels there. We see Elaine just ultimate under their tower, like 1v4 it looks like, and engage on them. And then whenever everyone goes ahead and focuses the lane, as you do when he dives you under your tower 1v4, Dolia goes ahead and resets that ultimate, and just like that, the fight's over an enemy base.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many potentials here for MVPs in this game number 1, but I mean, the fact that 7 Udo did not die once, that means that's enough for me to be like, boy, take it. You have been so kind of oppressive into the team fights, such aware as well. But I really think it's down to the Dolia as well, right? Like, the Elaine would not be as effective if it wasn't having that disengage potential of that second ultimate, or even kind of like the re-engage potential of the second ultimate as well.
Absolutely. Elaine kind of fell off as just a standalone pick, I feel like. Now it's only really being played with Dolia, and you can see why. The impact of the Elaine and Dolia, it's like exponentially better than him alone. We've seen 7 Udo play the Elaine without the Dolia yesterday. They were thinking about it, but I think they opted for Zhang Fei, and it did not really have anywhere close to this performance.
Yeah, it didn't resemble anywhere near as the onslaught we just saw in game number 1 there for Delta Force Launcher against Battle for Peace. And honestly, yesterday, after we saw Battle for Peace play against Power of a Friendship, we honestly thought that Battle for Peace were looking like the stronger team within this 3rd place matchup, but right now, we've been proven wrong here by Delta Force Launcher. They came into that game number 1 with fire and fight in their eyes.
Absolutely. Battle for Peace still a little bit too peaceful, right? It took them like up until I think like 8 minutes in the game to get a kill. They picked a fairly combo-based team composition here, and that required a lot of aggression. When you have the Marco Polo and the Xiao Xiao, these are very low-range characters. You need to play very aggressively. You got to have your rotations really on point to go ahead and make a composition like this work. And it looks like they played it a little bit sluggish, right? The early game, the Zhongfei got caught at level 1. Like, it really slowed their momentum. They never really got things going here. I would like for them to play something maybe a little bit more traditional. That composition is extremely hard to pilot, and I would say easy to counter as well. And the Yijing pick just made it so that it was so tough for them to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see a single Xiao Xiao come through yesterday, right? For the side of Battle for Peace, they locked in Mai in their game number 2, and then Ganem Mo for game number 1, which we saw quite a lot of Ganem Mo yesterday. It's a little bit more easy to operate than the Xiao Xiao, right? Like, you just literally just the artillery. The fact that the side of Battle for Peace, they had such a strong front line, but didn't go for the Ganem mode, makes me feel like they're either kind of waiting for this game number 2 to come around, maybe just trying to exhaust these big picks from DFL, like the Elaine, which we saw in game number 1 yesterday, the Dolia. There was a lot of expensive picks onto the side of DFL within this game number 1, right?
Absolutely. Whereas I think Battle for Peace, they didn't expend too much stuff. I'd say they did expend some picks, but nothing really crazy S tier wise. The Xiao Xiao pick, I think, uses us both a little bit here. Traditionally, Xiao Xiao is not a very meta character, but if you were to pick it, I would say this composition doesn't really favor it as much either. Xiao Xiao is good into like the more assassin-y, squishy type junglers, because your signature combo on Xiao is you get your 3 items, you get the Splendor, you get dove by a Jing or Luna, and then you ult, and then you go golden, right? But there was never really the opportunity in this game, and anyone you go golden on would survive your ult. It seems like when you have such a low range composition, no one's really diving you.
No. I mean, you make a good point there, right? Obviously, Xiao Xiao, very dependent on items, but who else is dependent on items? It's Marco Polo, right? Like, you need to get those first 2 kind of attack speed items come through, typically the Doomsday and the Sparkforged Dagger, for him to actually start to make some kind of ends meet within these team fights. So if you've got both of your damage outputs is really reliant on items, and then your front line's kind of just dying in the early game, it's already kind of showing that the plan was already crippling under the weight of Delta Force launch in this game number 1.
I think they had a composition that either it was going to instantly wipe your whole team because you get the Ultimate Marco Polo ultimate, right? Or what we saw happen here, which is no kills are going to happen there. Because both Xiao Xiao and Marco Polo are mid-range characters. And when you have 2 mid-range characters, like, they get caught at the same time. Something like Yijing, it's so hard to position against him. He's able to box you up. He's able to, move you around. And as the game goes further, when you guys are all mid-range, Yijing is going to land a 5-man board, set you guys all on fire with a mask and anti-heal. They did not have the late game for them. They really needed to play that game like LFO did with the Futsu, right? Where they snowballed the early game, and that way they didn't really get that disadvantage of having the range there.
Yeah, I mean, the thing as well for the side of Battle for Peace in terms of team comp, we're really kind of looking at the fact that they didn't really have the sustainability other than the Duan that was obviously sustaining himself. If everybody else was committed to the team fight, they had no kind of like extra healing. I mean, they even banned out the Hue 1 for themselves, right? So we saw obviously out to the side of Delta Force Launcher, they had the Dolia, so obviously they had the healing come through in that aspect. But for the side of Battle for Peace, you kind of feel like if you're going to commit, you have to commit 100%, or you're going to kind of just like crumble within those team fights, which is what we saw pretty much like 8 times out of 10 within that game number 1.
Yeah, I just realized thinking back about the composition, they had anti-assassin composition. They had 3 bruisers, and both their carries were fairly durable, right? Marco Polo gets the Frigid, and usually sometimes builds Succubus if he wants sometimes, right? And then the Xiao Xiao being able to 3rd item Splendor. But where's the assassin? There's no assassins on the side of Delta Force. There's no one trying to assassinate them. And the divers they do have are able to go ahead and juggle their aggro there, right? If Marco Polo ults, Elaine goes in the air. He has 2 chances to go in the air too. He'll definitely dodge an ultimate. A Xiao Xiao as well. These ultimates are very time-based for 5 seconds, and everyone on the side of Delta Force there. I think composition-wise there, that was a really, really tough game.
It was a tough game. I mean, you could kind of obviously see that maybe they were going for that assassin kind of be able to kind of get the advantage on the assassins because of the Elaine, but we both know Elaine, he's more than an assassin, right? Like, he's more of a bruiser that just have great access into the backline because obviously he has the CC from the Moon Slash as well, and then obviously with the pairing of the Dolia, he not only has a way in, but a way out, but then also a double way in, because if you try and flash out, you can just go for that second ultimate, and then he's just on top of you again, and then it's kind of just game over at that point.
I don't think I've seen Seven Udo use the ultimate to get out once. It was always another way in for him. He always found the third, fourth, fifth way in, it felt like. Leading the fights with the ultimate there, you know, immediately soaking all the focus and then getting reset back. And then Elaine is one of those characters that they thrive on fighting with low HPs. They're able to pop that Blood Rage, get shielded up, and it was just a perfect storm for Delta Force there.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, right? Like, 'cause obviously, Elaine is definitely one of those more kind of like comfort picks that you have to pair with, like the Dolia, or you're just extremely good at the Elaine. But like in the KWC, which is the international tournament we've just been obviously a part of, Elaine came through very little, right? Like, I feel like the only time those dominant performance from Elaine came through was when the KPL teams picked it. And the fact that Elaine's recently been nerfed, but they played it so well that they kind of finessed the global teams with that pick was pretty crazy. It's like they've taken a nerfed hero and made him look strong. That was just so wild to witness.
And if I'm correct, it was picked with Dolia. Elaine, I think, was only ever really picked with Dolia because, like I mentioned before, that combo is exponentially stronger. Like, if it's just Elaine, maybe back then when Elaine was a bit of a stronger and more meta hero, you could just blind pick the Elaine and use it as kind of like a Byron or a Fatih. But times have changed, right? Elaine, you need the proper setup to go ahead and do something like that. And I don't remember the last time I seen a standalone Elaine do very well, I'd say.
No, yeah. I mean, it's definitely kind of like the pick that before it got nerfed was, we saw it quite a few times in KMW within the spring season. It was one of Twisted Mind's big pickups for Nighty as well. Like, he loved that pick. If it wasn't the Elaine, it was the Byron as well. So, definitely a lot better back then. But like you were saying, pairing it with the Dolia just makes it just exponentially a lot better as a hero. Like, he should really... If he had that kind of like double activation on his ultimate in his kit on himself, he'd just be so OP, right? He'd just be like,
whoa,
yeah, let's completely ban that guy.
Hold your horses there. Let's not give them any ideas, all right? Double Elaine, 2 charges of ultimate, you know? Let's be careful there. But
just make it shorter rotations, shorter durations. Give him 2 ultimates. Let's see what happens.
I think a lot of Clash laners like playing Elaine because when you pick Elaine, your team is almost always going to give you the Dolia as well too. And then for once, the Clash laner, you get to be the hero. It's always the mid or the marksman being the hero, but once you get that Dolia, hey guys, play around me. I'm going to engage, get ready to reset my ultimate. You take control of the game. So even though Elaine has kind of been pushed out of the meta, we see more of these seasoned players that, you know, when Elaine was more meta, they have a lot of experience on them. And it's a very fun character to play, right? You know, you get to become the hero of your team, get to do the double dive. And speaking of double dive, let's get into the diving in of Game 2's draft here.
Game 2 draft on the way between DFL and Battle for Peace. Battle for Peace, once again... Oh, no, Battle for Peace is going to be on the blue side here, sorry. So Battle for Peace now takes blue prio. So will they try and maybe potentially get the lock in for the Lung here? Obviously, Marksman wasn't really their strong point in that game number 1. They were able to get like 1 or 2 kills onto the Marco Polo. But if they have something a little bit stronger here, maybe go for the Lung in the early part of the draft. Then maybe try and take the Dolia for themselves, right?
Didn't Battle for Peace pick Dharma last game?
Yes, they did, yes.
So they picked DFL just banned Dharma.
No. So DFL's on red side. DFL's on red side. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. They just swapped it back over there. Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
But no, I mean, you can see here the DFL. You can see that obviously trying to catch out what Battle for Peace was hoping to do here. Obviously, the Loon being banned, they were looking to try and go for that for Battle for Peace. But Battle for Peace, they're going to lock in that Mai Shiranui. Way! She gets out of jail, but Ali, however, still not out of jail, unfortunately.
Never. I really like watching. I'm kind of a Mai hater, you know. I always talk badly about Mai's win rate. but I really enjoy watching my gameplay. You know, it's such a fun and fluid character to play. I can't play it for the death of me, all right? But when the pros play it and do all these smooth combos, come out of nowhere and just push 3 people into your team, that's, oh, look at that. Speaking of combos, we have the Lady Sun Ming combo being locked in by DFL.
Yeah, I mean, this is a combo that we kind of saw quite frequently within KWC, right? It's something that really kind of took like a back line for quite some time within the international competitions, but now we start to see kind of come through as well, thanks to the global ban pick also. Kind of like the Protect Madam President comp that we always see here. We're looking to potentially get a little bit more frontline with this, because really, we're looking at the hyper carry of the Lady Sun, right? Like, if that gets taken out, the damage from the side of DFL is going to take a massive beating.
Yeah, when you want to really heavily play around your marksman, this is one of the best strategies for it, right? We have the Ming, the Lady Sun, able to get really accelerated farm on the Lady Sun. You feed it as a bunch of jungle and farm, and then you have the Ming that powered up too, and then it's, you know, if everything goes right, it goes ahead and carries the game. But we look at these here, they just got taught firsthand a huge lesson on Elaine Dolia, so they're getting ready to try and use it back here on DFL.
Yeah, teacher is looking to, student is looking at teacher, right? At game number 1, we saw, it's like, man, that really like opened us up and really showed some of our weaknesses in that game number 1. But I mean, if we look in here, the Mai Shiranui with the execute, that's got to change, right? We need to see that change. Like, you really want that kind of flash to come through here. If you take away flash from Mai Shiranui, you kind of just kind of hinder her like pick off potential and knock off potential here. So really hoping for the side of Battle for Peace they actually change that common skill for us. But we were saying that Delta Force launcher, they needed some frontline, and Flowborn tank variant coming through here is going to be quite a bit of frontline that they need, right? Like, this is a tanky pick into the later parts of the game.
Flowborn tank is like a brick, man. That guy is slow, you know. Usually you need to pair him with someone that can help speed him up. But if you just need a wall, he is for sure a wall there. And we see the Mai execute, yeah, that is probably going to get changed. You lose a lot of playmaking potential if you don't have that flash. But if you somehow catch the enemy team with an execute Mai combo, that is going to be doing nuclear amounts of damage.
You've probably got Delta Force launcher, but like, come on guys, don't change out the common skill. Don't change out the common skill, please. Forget about it. But no, I can imagine with everything on the line here, 3rd place potentially on the line here for Battle for Peace, they're gonna definitely switch that one around. But into these bans here, a little bit of a crazy one. Obviously, the Nutser being banned out here for the side of Battle for Peace is maybe potentially some kind of scrimming info that they have against the FL, because really, the Nutser we saw come through with Adolia plenty of times with the side of, with these international teams in KWC, right? So they can't really pop it into the clash lane. They could have put it into the jungle, but they banned it themselves. So really, I feel like it must be kind of like a pocket pick, a little bit of a designated ban here for the side of Battle for Peace.
Absolutely, they might know something we don't, but Flowborn was already picked as the jungler, so I guess it's specifically a target ban for 7 Udo here for the Clash and Neza here. As we see Pei getting locked in last, potentially, it could be all sorts of junglers here coming for the side of BFP. Masashi, no, Kaiser. They're just ripping their whole style. They said, okay, that composition you guys had last game was pretty good. Let me give it a shot. Elaine, Dolia, Kaiser. We're going to add in our own little spice here with the Flowborn, Marksman, and the Mai. But the core is the same here, it seems like, on the side of BFP.
The core is definitely going to be a little bit different here, right? Like we're saying, obviously the Mai Shiranui being switched out for the Yixing as well. And obviously Flowborn, Marksman being switched out for the D-Ranger. So obviously Flowborn Marksman definitely needs the itemization. Can pack a bit of a punch in the early game, right? Especially in terms of obviously compared to other marksmen if you're going against squishier marksmen for your enemy team. But really, Flowborn Marksman suffers from that same kind of issue as well, right? They are very squishy. If you're going against a Ming and Lady Sun combo, that's going to be a lot of damage in the early game that you're going to have to try and dodge.
They need to find a way to go ahead and shut down that Lady Sun before it gets out of control. Because if they're able to accelerate and feed all the farm into Lady Sun, it's just going to be one-shotting everyone, basically. And Mai being a melee character, it's not easy to get out of the way of the Lady Sun there, you know, because you got to walk up the farm, you got to walk up to do everything you need to do. This composition wise though, I like it a little bit better than the last one, right? They have a bit more range. The skill one from Mai is HoK. My ultimate's a little bit better for HoK here. They're not as do or die as last.
I mean, if we're looking at the Flowborn tag variant paired with the Chow, I feel like it's still pretty do or die, right? 'Cause, I mean, this is kind of a strat that comes through for the KPL, which for those that aren't quite used to Honor of Kings ecosystem, the KPL is kind of like the peak of the mountain, right? Like, these are players that have kind of finessed and mastered the game to a point where it's crazy. So, for the side of DFL to bring out this pairing, I'm really excited for this one, Phil.
Absolutely. DFL definitely has been learning a lot from these KPL level teams. They have two, you know, like signature KPL combos here. They have the Lady Sun Ming and the Flowborn Dachao here. So they've definitely been learning a lot from the recent tournaments.
Yeah, eyes on the recent tournaments may be the key to success here, or at least the key to third place for the side of Delta Force Launcher. But already, we've not actually seen no single First Bloods on the board just yet. I feel like that's already improvement here for the side of Battle for Peace on blue side this time around. But taking, obviously, a little bit of a leap out the side of Delta Force. But there it is! We called it out! The First Blood comes through, and not only one, it's going to be a double kill going over to Hana onto the Kaiser.
So when we play lanes here, we gotta really always keep in mind when the jungler has gank timings. All right. Yeah. Most junglers finish clearing at about that 135, 140 mark, and from then you gotta be really careful. But if you don't know where the enemy jungler starts, both sides of the map need to be careful. This is why sometimes you see roams go ahead and walk into the enemy jungle and get some vision. Because when you know where they start, you know where they end, and then you can play accordingly. Ray definitely did not expect Kaiser to be there at that time, as they got caught by a Kaiser skill 2 on both of them on top of each other.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, right? But like you were saying, good point there you made, Phil, is the fact that if the roamer goes into your enemy jungle to try and find out where exactly or which buff is alive still, you know the pacing, you know the pathing, which is, again, for players at this level, is very crucial to find out, because you can kind of be like, right, okay, do we try and evade the Azure Golem because they haven't taken it yet? Do we try and take one of their kind of like smaller camps away from them to kind of disrupt the flow of the resources over to the enemy team? But I feel like team fight potential wise, it's gonna be a bloodbath between these two teams anyway. So right now for Battle for Peace, I feel like they need to be getting these pickoffs in the early games, right? Like we just saw down to the bot side of the map, because into a team fight, it's not gonna look that clear cut.
Absolutely, and we mentioned DFL's composition heavily revolves around that Lady Sun, so them being able to, you know, kind of hamper its early game there and shutting them down, that's all the damage of their team. If you look at their team, they really do not have that much damage. It is a Byron in the Clash lane, a Dachao in the mid lane. They need this Lady Sun to get ahead, and it's going to be DFP's job to go ahead and constantly keep shutting her down.
Yeah, I think the actual use of the Chow in this one is going to be a great kind of like disengage potential of the enemy team. Obviously, those leaping Koi Tides is really going to stop this Mai Shiranui. Just kind of like flip it in, trying to get a pick up onto the back line, because you're going to get that 1 second little bit of knock up from those leaping Koi Tides. That's really going to mess up such like a high frame hero like the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, and this Flowborn tank is going to be so annoying to cut through. And by the time you cut through him, he's going to port back, come back in with full HP, and you got to cut through him all over again.
Yeah, I mean, this might be a contestation here for the Tyrant. It's going to go over to the side of the piece once again as they're going in onto the back line. We are seeing that the Flowborn tank is pretty much locked down there, but able to actually get out thanks to the help of the Lady Sun. But there it is. There's a huge ultimate, but onto the back line. It's going to be a pick off here for the Lady Sun. That's a double kill going over to the side of Delta Force. They are paying back their dividends.
This game's definitely looking a lot closer. Battle for Peace getting the first objective once again here. That was, I think, purely a 50-50 though. I think both junglers missed their smites, and Dolia ended up just accidentally getting it. Oh.
And Kaiser is one up. The knockups from the Flowborn tank, and also the Byron is just so crazy. Like, you think you get out of there, you're like alley-oop, and then you're dead.
Absolutely juggle. Between them, they have a lot of crowd control. And that's the thing about Flowborn tank. His weakness is just getting close. So if he is able to get close via any reason, either having a teammate speed them up or having the enemy stand still by getting knocked up by Byron, that is his win condition there. And it seems like he was able to meet that win condition, that fight for sure.
I mean, he was able to meet that win condition even without any kind of anti-heal as well, right? We saw the Blazing Cape just being built there. So already for the side of Delta Force, they're looking to kind of get off those advantages that the side of Battle for Peace have, right? They have the healing of the Dolia. Obviously, Kaiser with his first skill has healing potential from that as well. As it comes back onto him, he gets the HP regen from that. So already looking to take a little bit of a chink into their sustainability.
Looking at the economy here, we noticed the kills are pretty similar, and Battle for Peace actually got the Tyrant there. So what this tells me that the fact that they're down almost 3,000 gold is they've not been farming very diligently, and they've been probably losing a lot of jungle off screen that we haven't been seeing. And here's more jungle being lost right there as Delta Force goes ahead and invades their red side.
The pickup into the backline there. Obviously, Byron with the setup onto the Lady Soon there is able to get the kill onto the Mai Shiranui. So already we're seeing that Delta Force Launcher is able to kind of dictate the pace of these team fights by taking off these crucial members of the side of Battle for Peace, and they take off that T1 as well. Into the backline is going to be that Flowborn ultimate come crashing through, but there it is. The Elaine ultimate not being as impactful here for Battle for Peace as they enter into the backline and meet their maker.
I don't think they were able to reset it there from my understanding. Maybe it was a bit of miscommunication, or Dolia did not have the ultimate available there. But Elaine went in pretty ham there, not able to get that second lifeline in that ultimate to get out.
Yeah, I mean, we see there that Flowborn Marksman was trying to use the ultimate to try and keep alive the Mai Shiranui, but it just wasn't enough. There's just too much re-engage potential here, too much knock-up onto the side of Delta Force Launcher. I mean, this is looking like a little bit more of a cleaner match number 2, right? They are handling this one with ease.
Sure, somehow this game just sped up so quickly. It felt like the first 3 minutes were really chill, you know, very back and forth, you know, 50-50 at Tyrant. And then it was like 2.5, 3 minutes of constant fighting, and we're up to high grounds now.
Yeah, especially in the mid lane and bot side of the map. I mean, dues where dues given, right? Like, GeoHigh on this Elaine was able to keep his T1 alive the longest, so we have to kind of give props over to that one. It's a bit of a minor victory overall within this best of 3, but right now, Battle for Peace, they looked like they had a little bit more better of an early game, right? That double kill pickoff to their team definitely looked like, oh, okay, maybe we're going to see a little bit more of a revenge stake here in this game number 2, but it just didn't happen.
No, I think combat-wise, they did do a bit better early game this game, but they were not able to really play the map. Whereas DFL, while they did get double killed there, they were able to steal jungle, invade, get these towers, and that has ballooned their lead to where it is now.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing here just the impressiveness of the Dachao as well, right? Like, Kaiser tries to go in, but you're getting slowed, you're getting knocked up by those leaping Koi Tides. It really kind of just hinders that pick as well, because that's exactly what Delta Force Launcher didn't have to contest with in game number 1. They didn't have anything that was really slowing or stopping the Kaiser, because Kaiser's pretty much like, he's the husband you want, right? Like, he fully commits. He's like, you know what, babe? I'm coming in 100%. And that's what you need from this Kaiser. And Hana right now, he's struggling because the Chow is being a temptress. She's like, hey, I'm slowing you down. You can't catch my backline, baby.
Absolutely, and on top of that, Chow, her damage is actually really good. If you are ahead, you can get away with these, you know, more supportive style mid picks, because by just levels and base damage, you're gonna do a lot of damage. If you fall behind, your team's gonna heavily lack damage. But DFL is anything but behind right now, up almost 7,000 gold.
Up almost 7,000 gold. A little bit of a Hail Mary play there for the side of BFP as they try and get the Elaine into the backline, but it looks like their Kaiser looking a little bit worse for wear. Able to do a trade, a lot of damage onto the Flowborn tank at this point in the game. It's going to stop that assault into the top side of the map, but it's going to be that Sea of Fate that takes him away and brings him back so much more quicker. So the pressure for the side of BFP is only going to amount here. Flowborn Marksman using the ultimate there, tries to do a lot of damage to the backline. That's going to be pick off a 2 here for the Mai Shiranui. Double kill coming through here for BFP, but Flowborn tank is in the backline. He tries to get the knock up onto the lane. He gets the double kill, but gets taken down as well. A triple kill for Battle for Peace.
An overcommitment from DFL here will give a lot of shutdowns over to BFP. That's gonna give them a good amount of money here to go ahead and catch up. They're still down a good amount, but that is the direction we need to be heading here. Battle of Peace. Now then go ahead and try and break out of the map, break out of their side of the map, and maybe secure an objective. A Shadow Overlord will really reset the tempo of the game.
It would do massively right. I mean, speaking of resetting the tempo, there gets the takedown of the Chow as well. I mean, that's at the wrong point of the game. Tried to use the CFA to get back, but now they don't have that for a good solid 25 seconds. But back to your point there, Phil. This could be the chance here for Battle for Peace to come back. They still have their high ground turrets. If they get one of these Shadow Variant objectives, it could be a change of pace here. They're going to go for the Tyrant because they need that extra bit of damage. Because right now, it seems like their heroes are getting online, right?
Yeah, usually Tyrant is the better objective, but in this behind situation, I would like the Overlord, because as I mentioned, you can reset the tempo of the game, you can clear out a wave, and you're not getting constantly hammered into your base. Now DFL is able to send another enhanced Overlord down a lane if they want to, and try that push again. And they tried a few more times. They're gonna eventually win. They're still up 5,000 gold.
That's it. I mean, God loves a tryer, right? And right now for the side of DFL Launcher, they are looking to get a try here for the Elaine into the back line. Actually not able to get as great impact he was really hoping for, right? But he still has Dolia's Celestial Melody. He could go for another one. But obviously we need to see that. What action's going on to the top side of the map already? Sure, Golem. That's going to be a double pickoff. That's going to be 3 for the side of Battle for Peace. Once again, if they keep playing these team fights too, this T, they could come back here. They're looking for more. Flowborn Marksman putting the pressure onto the back line here. Potentially looking for the execute for the Elaine. But no, it's going to be a takedown of the Flowborn Marksman. Byron is on the run. That mid lane is opening up.
I was about to say, they need to win every single fight from now on if they take this Shadow Tyrant. And they are. They just won 2 convincing fights back to back here now. And just like that, the gold lead has absolutely been erased. They're only down about 1,000 gold now. They're getting towers. And they're on track to be up in gold here in a second.
Yeah, I mean, it's just this late game assurance from the Flowborn Marksman, right? Like, they have the automation come through now. It's going to be doing a lot more damage. It's going to be great setup for the Mai Shiranui. We've seen that combo come through time and time again, just dropping the ultimate of the Flowborn, just doing damage into the backline, and then Mai Shiranui out of nowhere flashes in, gets the knock up onto 3, and just gets a takedown. So really putting focus onto the Lady Sun and Ming. Absolutely.
We see the ultimate come down, and they're all gathered in the mid lane here. This is going to be one of the most crucial fights here. This next fight is likely to decide the game. If Delta Force loses another fight, that means you lost 3 fights in a row. It is really hard to come back from that one, because if you're going to lose a fight up 7,000 gold, you're definitely going to lose a fight when you're down 3,000, you know?
Exactly, bro. Like, literally, they managed to get that. Again, the pickoff here is going to be huge for the side of Battle for Peace. They have taken down one of the vital parts, something that really disrupted the flow of the side of Battle for Peace in that early part of the game, right? That Byron's pickoffs with the Flowborn Marks tank was huge, but now they can't do that. And again, another catch is going to be for Mai Shiranui. The Lady Sun is just getting targeted. This seems personal, but now with the re-engage here, the healing from the Ming is not going to be enough. The takedown of the Flowborn tank gets again onto the side of Battle for Peace. They are not here for peace. They are here for war.
Mai escaping not only jail, but potentially fraud watch after this game here. Amazing plays, like practically churning the tides of the game here. They went from being now, what, 7,000 gold to being up 3,000? And this might be pushed for the end here as Dolia resets Kaiser once again.
I mean, they've come back pretty much from the World's End, right? Like, they were almost going to be losing their high ground turrets, but right now, could be losing 3 of their members if they're not careful here. The Byron being slowed, tries to get the takedown here for the side of Battle for Peace, but they're able to keep him alive. But now they get back into the groove of things. They're in the swing. They just need to keep this momentum up. Yeah,
DFL is definitely asking each other, what's going on, guys, okay? Like, we had this game in the bag, practically, and this just goes to show, one false move. That's why when you're ahead, you got to play really safe. One false move, they overstayed a little bit of their welcome there in the clash lane high ground, if I remember correctly, on BFP side, and that one mistake swung the momentum of the entire game. And BFP took it, and they ran, and they are still running right now.
They're still running right now, and that's a bit of a Flowborn violence on Flowborn violence. It's going to be the Marksman that comes out on top. It's going to be the backline. Elaine goes in with a death on Sunset once again. again, trying to catch out the Lady Sun, and is successful with the takedown, and then the re-engage with the Kaiser. Look at the soak that damage from that high ground turret. That's a double kill coming up here for Cheng Xiao on the Flowball Marksman, making the difference here in this game number 2. BFP were looking like they were down, but they are not. They're looking to get the high ground turret. This could be a big comeback and an upset. So DFL, they had the bag and they fumbled it.
This is one of the biggest comebacks I've ever seen, actually. From down 7,000 gold to ending the game up 5,000 gold. Woo.
Crazy. It's like you said, they had the bag, they fumbled it. They were kind of like that bank robber. He didn't get in the getaway car. He got on the bus, he left the bag on the bus and got up and was like, guys, I'm sorry. We left that 7K gold lead behind. But as you can see here, the MVP actually going over to the Dolia. So Dolia being the difference maker within this best of 3, right? Like both of these teams, they've locked in the Dolia. It's been the win condition, thanks to obviously the great engage potential from the Elaine, but more importantly, this Mai Shiranui. And the Flowball Marksman really surprised me as well, right? Like in the early game, didn't really have that great much of an impact, as we know. But as soon as the itemization came online and the squishiness of the Lady Sun and the Ming was really being kind of like manhandled there, it made it so much easier to open the side of DFL.
It looks like BFP was really struggling in the early game, but if you look at Hannah here, he only died once, actually. Like, throughout all the pressure and being down 7,000 gold, he's found a way to go ahead and safely farm, you know, and chill in the background and wait for his time to come. And when his time came, He goes ahead in the enemy base, gets a few ultimates reset, and wow, that's such an amazing comeback, that game. That is what we watch Honor of Kings for right there. Like, games like that.
Yeah, the huge comeback potential of either of these two teams is amazing, right? Like, the fact that they were pretty much at kind of like death's door. They were at the high ground turrets. DFL had that 7K gold lead, but it was hard for them to come back.
Absolutely there. And you know what's one of my favorite moments of that game, Blam? Okay, this is kind of a silly one, right? I saw the Elaine and the Mai combo them, right? And I saw an execute pop. And I'm like, whoa, Mai actually did bring execute. But it was actually the Elaine there. But like for a moment, I'm like, whoa, it's working.
Yeah, no, don't give those players in the chat any kind of false hope. Let's not give Mai Shiranui execute any kind of hype that it doesn't need. I mean, if anyone's gonna pick it, it'd be Kindo Fu to try that pick, right? But no, they went with the
that's
flash.
a powerful combo. if you can find a way to connect that combo, that is like extra juicy on top of that, bro.
Double execute. If not one execute is enough, and get two, get onto the Maestro and get on the Elaine would have been crazy. But no, well played there for Battle for Peace, especially with that comeback potential what we just saw there. We honestly thought that Delta Force Launcher, they looked like they were going to be the solid 3rd place within this new Kings Ascension, right? Especially after having that 7K gold lead, having such kind of like, I mean, yes, they fumbled the first blood. Obviously, Kaiser got the double kill down to the bot side of the map. But then the fact that they were able to take all that beating on the side of Battle for Peace and still come back and win that game number 2. It's like you said, Phil, this is what you watch Honor of Kings for. It's that comeback potential, baby.
Absolutely. And Delta Force, we notice, you know, they don't really, you know, do well when they're under pressure, right? They're great when they have a lead and able to push it. But the second that momentum shifted, they were never able to claw it back. They were all really off balance, it felt like, and they lost team fight after team fight after team fight. And it seems like after that one mistake, I don't know if it's tilt or whatever, they were never able to get back in there.
Yeah, it did seem like a bit of tilt from that first triple kill from the Mai Shiranui, right? It's like, oh, man, she got the triple kill, never gonna try and come back. I mean, what was she doing? Kind of overextended the Lady Sun and the Ming, who was meant to be protecting that pickup, was meant to be the Flowborn tank, but honestly, the way that the Flowborn Marksman was just shredding that team fight, like in the early stages of the team fight, really was a big setup there for the Mai Shiranui as well. So watch out for that combo, right? I mean, access into the back line, huge ultimate from the Flowborn Marksman, but then Mai Shiranui just gets that knockup, gets that burst damage that was kind of like really lacking there on the Flowborn Marksman.
Yeah, that's what I like about their composition this game, right? They have a bit more options. They have that range. They're able to soften up their enemies before they go ahead and go in. Whereas game 1, they had to just Okay, all hands on deck. Everyone go in. Win fast, lose fast, right? And unfortunately, it was the latter there for them. But this time, they're able to soften them up with the Flowborn Marksman's ultimate. They can, you know, throw some skill ones with the Mai before they go ahead and go in. And it's good against people who sieging. When people siege you and you're able to poke them down, they're able to churn some fights like we saw there in the high ground tower. But now we're into game 3, match point here. Let's see what happens in these drafts now.
Delta Force launcher here with the Maestro Noiban. Obviously, they didn't pick it last game, and they banned it this game. So, I mean, maybe a little bit of a wasted ban here for the side of Delta Force launcher.
Are we sure these are right this time? Let me double check.
They're right. They're right.
Okay.
Right. You can see they're right. There's more kind of like Chinese names on one side, and then on the other side I can make out the other side. So it's looking good. It's looking good. But yeah, a little bit of maybe a misclick here. The Maestro Noiban shouldn't be the case because they don't need to ban it. Battle for Peace, they've taken it.
Ooh, Ganemo being locked in. What? That is such a commanding first pick. We are just gonna pick Ganemo right now, first pick, nothing else. All our cards are on the table here, and I want to see if that gambit works out. As we see BFP go ahead and pick up their Liang and their Pei. See, I would have liked something like the Liang pickup. You pick up the Liang first, it helps you enable your Ganemo. You know, you build those combo pieces before you bring in the finale that's Ganemo. They led with their finale there, right? They showed their hand, they showed what they're going to build the composition around, and that kind of allowed BFP to go ahead and dismantle it from them there.
Yeah, it is a bit of a weird Prio Blue pick, right? The Ganemo here, like, you open up so many potentials, like, right, okay, we just need something that we can kind of just climb in on top of this hero, right? I mean, the Pei coming through here, definitely Abel has the range, but also the pounce in onto him. And then the fact you can just open up the Liang, maybe potentially here with the Liu Bei as well, Liu Bang, sorry, coming through here for the side of Battle for Peace, but they're looking for a little bit more control here. They're looking to go for the Princess Frost, obviously team fight potential. They're going for that Crow Control duo right now.
That composition on the side, BFP is looking mighty scary here. We got the Pei, the Liang, the Princess Frost versus Masashi, Ganemo, and Flowborn Marksman. We definitely see a theme here. BFP is going for a little bit more of that early game tempo style pick composition, whereas DFL has that long range kind of burst slash poke there with the Flowborn Marksman and the Ganemo. As going back to what we were saying a little bit earlier, the Ganemo is kind of like a keystone character, right? You want to build him, you want to pick him when you have the arches built up, when you have the crowd control, the front line ready, and then you finalize it with the Ganemo. When you start with that, you know, that keystone there, and you want to build it back the other way, it's going to be hard. The enemy is going to try and disrupt you guys here, take your Liang away, take away the characters that they know are good with Ganemo. Whereas if you lead off with something like a Liang, you know, everyone's happy with a Liang, right? Like, you don't need the Princess Frost, it's good to have, but you want to generally pick early in the draft these more flexible characters.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going for something a little bit more Pro Blue would have been good for the side of DFL. But I mean, maybe they're just a little bit tilted after that game number 2, right? I mean, the fact that they banned out the Maestro Nui here, again, it's something they didn't need to ban out. They could have banned out something a little bit more crucial. Maybe potentially try and ban out either the Pei or either the Princess Frost or the Liang, which has been something that we've been seeing within the international competitions previously. Is Liang being one of those kind of like top 4 bans that we've been seeing. But right now, they're going for obviously the Masashi. Masashi obviously be able to go back in onto the back line there, try to use that duel to the death. But they've got obviously the artillery of the Ganemo. They've got the Flowborn Marksman themselves this time around. Okay, they're locking in the Fati. I feel like this is the first Fati we've seen. Actually, no, we got Fati yesterday, but it's Fati Jungle. So we're actually
today.
It's gonna be the first Fati into the Clash Lane. So a little bit back to normality here for the teams.
Absolutely. Fati, probably an S tier Clash laner. Still a relatively new pick, so sometimes, you know, players are not the most comfortable going ahead and picking him up, but is a very strong pick for sure. We saw it in Ultimate Battle. I think it was Fati versus Fati as well, too. So definitely one of the strongest, if not the strongest Clash lane pick here. It's just a matter if these players can go ahead and if they're comfortable with it yet, since it's so new.
Exactly that. I mean, they have the Masashi, they have obviously the Fati. It's going to be the kind of like core sort of like access into the back line of the enemy team, right? Obviously, for the side of Battle for Peace, they're really going to be trying to keep that crucial crowd control for the Liang as well as the Princess Frost to really kind of help set up those team fights, because really right now they don't have any kind of front line unless they go and lock in this Sunset, which still is not the best frontline impact that you can have, right? I mean, you're really relying that set sail is going to just create such like catch 4 men on the enemy team. And I mean, that's kind of like winning the lottery within Honor of Kings, right? Like if you are expecting every set sail to hit to such an impact that it's going to create such a great team fight for you, there's a lot riding on Battle for Peace's draft here. If one piece falls, then it's done.
Usually, if I see a set sail, I just hope it doesn't run into a wall, you know? So if you're expecting 4-mans here, it could be a bit tricky. I'm not sure if they swapped off last second. I saw the Sunset have Smite there. They might be going for a Smite Clash setup. A little bit, you know, not traditional on the Sunset. Some Clash laners could run the Smite. Mainly it's the farming focused ones though, whereas Sunset is more of the, you know, the roaming as utility ones there. We're gonna see what happens here going into the game, but very excited. This is match point 1-1. Can DFL get their head back in the game, or will Battle for Peace go ahead and ride that momentum from game 2? Let's find out.
Only time will tell, but no, it's going to be the Flash that gets obviously exchanged there for the Sunset, but then on the side of DFL, they're looking to lock that stun in for the Zhongfei, right? So use that Savior in, trying to get the lockdown onto the Pei, or even one of the more squishy heroes onto the side of BFP. Maybe be their play potential here for them.
That is definitely not something you see every day, a common skill stun. On the Zhongfei, it is viable on him. I would say though, it is a little bit more rare, but if you catch someone, you have really caught him now. And I guess against, you know, stationary targets like the Liang, and then there goes Ganemo.
Yeah, he was there 1 second, he was gone the next, but I mean, hey, they knew what they were doing, right? That's Prio Blue pick for the Ganemo. I mean, at this part of the game, it's not going to do its best, especially when you have so much kind of like catch-out potential here for the side of BFT. They have the Frigid Prison, they have the knock-up from the Sunset as well, so just trying to kind of like mitigate that lane, mid-lane priority here for the Ganemo, making sure he doesn't get that farm up and get those damage items come through soon.
And Princess Frost here is helping Pei go ahead and clear. If you thought Pei cleared fast before, now imagine Pei with the Princess Frost helping him out as well now too. So he's going to be able to move throughout the map extremely quickly, finishes clearing at like 130 here now, and now re-pressures mid.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it though, like, it makes sense. Like, if they take them together more, early game damage is not going to come through. It's going to be hard for them, but the duel to the death here, it does get committed. The Frigid Prison does miss out onto the Musashi, but it's going to be the Liang, but into the back line is going to be that party that gets met by the Sunset. Chano comes in a little bit late there with a Soaring Shock, gets the hit onto the party as well, but so much crowd control, so much denial into the team fight here. The winter is here. You are giving a double kill over to a Chano. That's going to get his late game online so much sooner.
Absolutely. His 1 minute in is all out war in the middle lane there. We see everyone came in there. And it ended up going, it did not go the way of DFL here. As you see, it's 1 to 4 kills. BFP, they really, you know, they went from peace to being the masters of war, I'd say now, too, coming from that second game.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at kind of like, what do they have on the side of Battle for Peace, right? I mean, they have a man that turns into a tiger. They have a man that's riding a wolf with spirit wolves. They have a boat. I mean, they have so much going for them in terms of obviously what they can do in terms of mode of transport, but also the impact into the team fight. And the fact that I was giving a lot of shade over to the Sunset and in that BP draft, right? But they have definitely proved me wrong so far for the side of Battle for Peace. They're definitely getting the great setups into these team fights.
And he was able to join that fight super quickly here. We see the two Clashers kind of duke it out here potentially. Oh, going for the Secure. Oh, that might have been a bait. Look at that. Wow.
Oh, yes. Just as I gave him proud and praise, he gets taken down there by Musashi with the party as well. So, I mean, double 2v1 is going to be a bit of an easy matchup there. Being a little bit lost in the lane as well, but maybe potential, just looking to try and get that pressure down to the bot side of the map here. Obviously try and get Chano well ahead compared to this global marksman, because both of these picks are late game priority.
I think the technical term for that is a cheeky bait there, you know? He left the teleport sprite at relatively low HP, did not want to go for it here, gave the opportunity for Sunset to go for it, and during that, they caught him out with a gank.
They did catch him out with a gank. I mean, that could have been a crucial engage there from the Unbridled Outburst, but there it is, the boat, the Tiger. We talk about crouching tigers, leaping dragons, or crouching tigers, whatever it is, but they never add the boats here. The boats being so crucial, the set sail being crazy.
The boats beat all the animals here, okay? Well, they're on the same team, actually. The boat is carrying the animals. But, wow, this game is so action-packed right now so far. We see 8 kills go down at the 4-minute mark already, and every 30 seconds it seems like something's going on.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the potential setup for that Unbridled Outburst came through, but the suppression from Liang just really kind of completely threw that whole tempo off for the side of DFL. But then on top of that, you had the Winter is here as well, really kind of stopped the Masashi within his track. So already you can kind of see the prevalence of this crowd control combo coming through for the side of BFP. And right now, they're ahead by about 1k gold. That, globally, is not going to be kind of like something to write home to mom about, but at this moment in time, BFP, after that game number 1 defeat, after that game number 2 comeback, they're looking for more.
Yeah, they're definitely on fire. And once we get out of these laning, you can actually see the Sunset here go ahead and pick up the Liang, and that's going to be a devastating combo, being able to ship a suppress at any point in the map on really anyone too. So that's something I would go ahead and try and do.
Yeah, again, it's just trading the T1s for T1s at top side, the bot side here. DFL just looking to try and create that pressure onto the Sunset. Obviously, Gia here on the Sunset now has no kind of like safe place to go back to into the top side of the map. So really, we're going to be seeing him kind of potentially try and get the support here elsewhere. Maybe try and get there and create some space elsewhere on the map.
Absolutely. Unbridled Outburst kind of whiffs there. Does not really connect towards anyone here. So now the side of DFL is going to probably want to play a little bit passive until they get that set back up. And that is the exact opposite for BFP as they go ahead and flash suppress and take out Ganimo. Ganimo's having a rough time in this game.
Yeah, having a rough time indeed, right? I mean, he needs that artillery range. He needs that front line to be with him. And who was not with him? The Zhangfei and the Masashi definitely not there, creating that space that he needed. So the fact is, the flash is going to get you so much closer to Ganimo. God, her grave is not going to activate when you are suppressed, which is really the only way that you can get out if you're Ganimo, right? Like, if you're expecting somebody to be there, you can pop that skill, create some distance, and hope to get away. But if you're not expecting it, that's a hard call to make.
I think Ganimo should definitely take a little bit more of a supportive route this game here, because there's not much, you know, setup for him to all these blades, right? There's not much guaranteed crowd control like we see on the side of BFP. Maybe, you know, opt for a little bit more play off someone like the Masashi or the Fatih, as it seems like they're doing a good amount better. Someone buy some anti-heal, right? You could try it on Ganimo. It's not bad.
I mean, speaking of anti-heal, I mean, the healing reduction for the duel to the death is not going to come through when you are on a 18-second death timer, right? Like, that's something that you really needed there. Anti-heal, we were looking for it. It's gone for the side of DFL for now.
It was duel to the death, and he died for that one there, it seems like. And Masashi's coming back anytime now, but so far, BFP, while they are not as... Ooh, another Unbridled Outburst does not quite connect here.
Bit of a whiff, but we did get a bit of a launch. Yeah, a launch onto 3 into the back line, but there's nothing really to follow up thanks to Princess Frost. Winter is here. I think that was a great pop of the ultimate there, just to put the zone in and just lock down onto the side of Delta Force Launcher. But set sail coming through and get Ganimo, gets a knock up, and there it is. There's the other kill onto the mid lane. Artillery damage gone.
I feel for the Ganimo. When I play... Oh, they're chasing. They're really low. This could be what they need.
Just as I expected.
It could be, but when you've got a Winter is here, it's going to drop right. That's going to definitely kind of put a stop to the pace on the side of DFL for this point in the game. But they're able to get the trade right. They lost Ganimo. They got the pick up onto the Liang. It's definitely where they really need to be looking at. If they're going to try to mitigate this lead that BFP have, they have to do it somehow, right? But the set sail just get committed again. Onto the Zhangfei. We know the Unbridled Outburst whiffed. It did not connect as well as the party. And he gets taken down.
Might have been a bit of an over chase there. Going into enemy jungle, they could not quite finish them off. There's just so much action going on in this game. Just both sides chasing each other down. And to get into my previous point with the Ganemo, I feel for the Ganemo right now. Because when I play Ganemo, it looks just like that. People are just diving me behind tier 2s for some reason. I'm at my high ground. I still have my tier 1 tower. And then I have a boat on me like before I know it, and I'm like 5 deaths in.
Yeah, Phil just self-reported there. He's like, guys, if you see my name in-game and I lock in the Gunner mode, know that it's going to be an L. Know that it's going to be an L here, but...
I need a bodyguard.
yeah. You need a bodyguard that lands the Unbridled Outburst. We need to... That's a lot to ask within Honor of Kings.
But here's the thing about Zhongfei, the thing I love about it, right? While, you know, the first two did not quite connect, if you connect an amazing Unbridled Outburst, you can immediately win the game. And that's why people play Zhongfei, right? For like the instant win lottery, when you play these, you know, wombo combo style characters, right? And it might be right now, Zhongfei has the ultimate available. His rage is built up.
His rage is built up, but can he land his ultimate? I mean, we're really hoping so for the side of DFL, right? Like, it could be the difference maker here for them, but right now, Masashi diving in with nobody else around him. That's a little bit of a mistake here for the side of DFL. That needed to be weighted there to kind of set up the rest of the team fight here for DFL.
With how fast Pei ripped through that Masashi, that's a full damage Masashi, if I'm correct here. So this is going to be a very volatile game. If both sides don't have many tanks and everyone's building full damage, these fights are going to end really quickly, and it just depends on how these catches go ahead and go down. And speaking of catches, here's another one coming out potentially.
Yeah, I mean, the catch for the boat onto Zhongfei is probably not the best thing here. It's kind of stopped him in his tracks. It means that the side of BFP is able to kind of just open up this T2 into the mid lane, maybe try and create some more pressure into that top side of the map since it looks very damaged. But really, you want to be getting that drop onto the backline, right? Set it up for your teammates. But speaking of setup here, maybe getting caught out. It's going to be that Sunser gets taken down here. And DFL, we've seen the comeback before for BFP. They came back at the high ground turrets. Could this be the comeback here for DFL?
Yes, this looks exactly like BF's game. You know, they're down about 7,000 gold. They don't have a Mai on the side of DFL, but they need to do some sort of miracles just like they did here and start turning these fights around. Will BFP make the same mistake that DFL did, or will they play safe?
Oh, I mean, what's one thing you can't do when you're free in prison? It's that Unbridled Outburst. It's not going to come through. And now what's coming through here is Chano. He's online, but he does not get the triple kill come through here for the side of BSP, but he does get a ace here. The set sail coming through with the minions. I feel like this is going to be the third place decider here being concluded for BFP as they run through with the minions. They get the Winters here to try and zone out. They're doing the damage. And here is your third place. It is none other than Battle for Peace.
I have to say, Battle for Peace, a really adaptable team, right? They went ahead and they saw the composition from game one, all right? They picked it up. They're like, hey, we can play that too. Amazing comeback with it as well too. And then in this third game here, they were put in a similar situation as DFL versus them, and they learned from DFL as well that, hey, let's not go ahead and throw here. Let's play it real slow, confirm these kills before we push these high grounds here. And I would say they really learned from their, even though they're the victors there, they have learned a lot from their opponents in this match.
A lot from them is exactly what you said there, Phil, right? I mean, the fact that they lost game number one, they obviously come back with the game number two there, and then game number three back-to-back, they go for another one. It's pretty crazy here for Battle for Peace. I mean, we saw them. They looked like it was going to be a crazy kind of like 2-0 stomp there for Delta Force Launcher, how they played game number one. But hey, this is how crazy momentum is. It's not just momentum in any like international competition. It's momentum across the board. If your team is behind and then you manage to get the pullback in such a kind of like a hard-fought victory, and then you go forward again with your best foot forward, it becomes a lot easier. It becomes a lot easier.
Oh, those games are the games that feel the best. When you have already mentally decided that, oh, we lost this game, and you somehow win, it's like a bonus on top of it. It's like a double win, right? Because you've lost your loss and gained a win, and that's exactly what happened for BFP there. And they go ahead and lock up third place. And the good thing about this tournament being, you know, for more up-and-coming teams or more grassroots style tournament is there's no expectations, there's no projections. anything can happen. We don't know who's gonna win, right? We're just gonna watch it go down. You can, see which team potentially has an edge, but it's very exciting to not know what team has the edge, what's really going on, and just watch it all unfold live.
Yeah, I mean, that C rank there for the Ganemo, it wasn't looking great, right? I mean, we called it out of the draft. Ganemo, Prio blue pick, not probably the greatest there, because like you said, Phil, it's kind of like the keystone and not kind of the foundations. You need the foundations before you go into this pick, and BFP was like, all right, bet, we're going to lock in the pay, we're going to lock in the Liang, but MVP is going to be that Zhang Xiao on the Chano. Again, 10-0-4 on this pick is crazy.
Wow, I didn't even really notice. We were busy just watching the set sail. Channel was the one that was cleaning up all the kills in the back here. 10-0-4. What an impressive stat line there. Speaking of foundation, that Ganemo definitely got his foundation knocked over times. He's one death shy of having, the same deaths as the enemy team there. And that's the issue with, these characters that are more fragile, They're not only fragile in game, they're fragile composition-wise. If everything does not go their way, if you don't have the right support, the right tank, the right amount of crowd control set them up, it could, this is what we see here, It's fragile in the sense that it's very easy to crumble and go ahead and expose and take advantage of. And I think BFP did a great job with the Ganemo.
They did a fantastic job, right? I mean, they knew that the side of DFL didn't have a strong front line, so they knew that, hey, when Ganemo has that opening, we need to take it and take him down, because the thing with Ganemo, he doesn't really need the items in the early game. He just needs to get to level 4. Needs to get that kind of like freshly forged daggers come through. But speaking of coming through with things, we're going to come through with a short break, guys, before we get into our final game of the day between those two top teams in a best of 5. We're going to take a short break here, so don't go anywhere, guys. See you soon.
Stay tuned.
body freak, body freak, body freak, body freak, body freak, body freak,
How's it going, everybody, and welcome back to the Honor of Kings New Kings, the official community circuit to all players all over Europe to not only compete, but also connect and level up. And speaking of level up, this is all powered by Level Infinite. I am Blam, and with me again is Phil, as we're going to be giving you this best of 5 finals between these two teams.
We have 5 to the match of the month here, right? This is a 3-month circuit here, but for July, this is going to be the most important match. This is the finals between LFO and Friendship here. And yeah, Power of Friendship here. I didn't want to mess that up because the Battle for Peace in them, I get their names mixed up a good amount here. But this is going to be the match for $150 difference from my understanding. They're both already qualified for the first place gets 400 USD, whereas second place gets 250. So this is a big chunk of change on the line here coming up, and it's best of 5s, you know. Len, do you think these are, the fact that it's a best of 5 is going to change how these teams play?
Potentially, right? Potentially, because obviously we are at the mercy of the global ban pick. But before we get into that one, Phil, obviously this is going to be the new up-to-date bracket of the new Kings Ascension. Obviously, we've just seen the third place go through there between Delta Force Launcher and Battle for Peace. And Battle for Peace, after losing game number 1, came all the way back to win that third place lockdown. And also get themselves a little bit of a $150 prize pool as well. So not quite the top 2 that's going to get them into the top 8 of the Open Series, but definitely puts them in the potential contendership of obviously the August and September circuit as well.
And man, was that a series. Such an action-packed series. We had everything. You know, we had stomps, we had comebacks, we had, you know, crazy combos coming out here. And we can only expect something similar, you know, for the main match here coming up. And here is a look at the roadmap here. We are at the Ascension series here in July, and then next up in August, we're going to have one more set of scrims, and in September as well too, as well as trials, another set of trials each time into the Supremacy, which is going to be the broadcasted matches there for these months.
Yeah, exactly. And as well for those obviously at home, this is not just a tournament for an established 5v5. You can actually be a solo player, and we will do our best to match you within a new team as well. So if you are kind of wanting to get in the competitive ladder and within the Honor of Kings ecosystem, make sure you are joining the Honor of Kings EU Discord server. And if you want some more reasons to be logging into that server and joining it, it's our special giveaway of 2,400 tokens, which is going to be split between 2 1,200 tokens. So 2 lucky winners gets that 1,200 tokens each. So definitely 2 reasons to get into the Discord of the Honor of Kings EU.
Absolutely, join up. We have a little bit of everything for everyone, right? If you want to be aspiring pro, you can go ahead and join up here, find a team. You know, if you just want to play, hang out, there's lots of great EU players on there. You can meet friends, you know, and you can also get some giveaways, right? Get nice free skins and all that. But enough chit chat. It's time to get into the main match of the draft.
Yeah, it's time to get in the meat and potatoes of the finals within New Kings Ascension, right? This is going to be looking for Org going up against the power of friendship. Will the seeking of a organization be stronger than the power of friendship? Only time will tell, right? But we can see that obviously we're on fraud watch again. The Maestro Nui being locked in here of the bans, as well as Ali still in jail. But it looks like we're potentially going to get the Orgrim Prio Blue pick, right? I mean, we have not been seeing many Orgrim jungles. It may not come through here again. It looks like Loom is going to take that ticket first. My bad, my bad.
I think the Long is a little bit easier to slot in. The Ogren, people are kind of figuring out how to deal with it, you know? But no, but it gets a wow, look at that. Look at those 2 picks here. The Dharma and the Ogren getting locked in. We are going off the tier list today, guys, all right? Whichever the highest character is on there, we are locking it in.
Locking it in. I mean, definitely the side of LFO kind of like showed their hand maybe a little bit too early, or maybe it was just kind of like, hey guys, we're gonna go for the Orgrim. Do you want to go for it? And then we're gonna pick something that's gonna counter it a little bit later on, maybe potentially. But they do lock in the Dolia, and what we know of the last series is Dolia seemed to be that win condition, or what exactly these teams needed to actually win those matches, right? Both of these teams in the previous series locked in Dolia in game number 1, game number 2. Both of them got the victory within those respective games as well. But pairing it with the Lung here is going to have some crazy kind of like bait potential with the infinite vastness, but also kind of like a re-engage potential as well. Kind of like the Elaine still to Death on Sunset as well.
Absolutely, and the Mankey being locked in. I think this is the first time we're seeing Mankey here in the New Kings tournament here. It is a relatively reliable pick. It's kind of similar to Elaine in the same boat that it was a very, very meta pick back in the day. But it's kind of fallen off to the point where now people only really pick it if they're very, very seasoned on it. So I'm interested to see how that Mankey goes ahead and plays here. We saw the hovering of, I think, what was it again? What was being hovered there for a second on POF? I just forgot it, but they locked in Princess Frost here. Yeah, the HoK, yeah. I want to talk about the HoK. The HoK has been kind of creeping up in viability, right? People are starting to notice that it's a very strong pick. It can help you engage fights, and it's touted as a pretty good long counter as well too. But maybe they see that LFO has already gone ahead and picked up their marksman, so they're not worried about them picking it up, and they're not worried about them banning it either, it seems.
Yeah, again, they need kind of like more potential here for the lockdowns of the support picks. Obviously, Zhongfei as well as the Diadea. Diadea has actually not come through that frequently. It's definitely been more of a banned hero than a picked hero within New King's Ascension. I mean, rightfully so, right? I mean, the definite kind of sustainability gives the Destiny counter, the potential kind of like disturbance in your tempo of a team fight is pretty crazy. But right now, onto the side of POF, they're looking for their late game ticket, and it's going to be that lady soon.
He's on the mascot, it looks like, right? We saw it on all the graphics here, so of course it's going to get locked in here for this game one. I'm very curious to see how LFO goes ahead and rounds out their composition. They are hovering the Charlotte first, and Charlotte gets locked in, and then now we're looking for a mid laner here, and it looks like it's going to be white with the... Ooh, not yet, not yet. Let's see what he goes ahead and locks in here. The Yijing, maybe? The Nua is back on the board.
They could go for control, they could go for damage, right? I mean, they definitely need a little bit more damage here for the side of LFO, potentially kind of put the pressure on with the emergence here from the Nua. I mean, both Shu and Nua make sense. Nua, obviously, for global presence across the gorge, but then also Shu is able to be a good counter for the likes of those big engages from Augur and from the Dharma as well. Just try to kind of disrupt the flow of your enemy's teamfight potential as well.
Yeah, I think the Nua is a little bit more to White's speed, right? We saw yesterday that White is definitely a very carry-orientated mid laner here. And having the firepower from that Nua is going to be super, super important. As we see a Motsu, probably going to be Motsu Roam being locked in with Princess Frost mid on the side of POF. Both teams have very, very solid compositions. Both teams have not lost yet. So it is going to be the clash of the Titans right now.
Potential Clash of the Titans is going to start very soon between both of these teams, right? I mean, the Motsu pick makes sense. Obviously, the Cannon Blast, very impressive from a range as well. But also, you can kind of hope and try and catch the Lung as he comes crashing down from the Infinite Vastness. His ultimate with the think inside the box, the Motsu's ultimate, right? Like, just try and catch him out, lock it in, and just kind of keep it locked down so that the rest of your team can kind of like dive in on top there. Because, I mean, if you look at LFO's draft, right, they really are counting on the Nua as well as the Lung to do a lot of the damage. Nua, obviously, in the early part of the game is going to do a little bit more damage than the Lung. Obviously, late game potential is definitely where LFO are going to be looking towards the Lung, the guidance and potential comeback if they are struggling in the early game.
Absolutely, and if I'm correct, there's a Dolia on the side of the Nua as well too, so that if White gets ahead on the Nua here, we're going to see some double annihilations come out, which I'm very excited to see. We saw some of that in the KWC to devastating effect, so let's go ahead and see how this game starts up here.
Let's see how it starts, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting into the first game of our best of 5. This is the conclusion for the new Kings Ascension tournament. Will it be LFO? Will it be POF? But it will be Dharma getting out just by the hair of his...
Hinny chin chin there, right? Is that the quote there, Bam? I'm not too sure. But early game here, a lot of... a lot of action going on here in these games here. As we see Ogren getting invaded. Wow, 3-man invade, and Ogren's down just like that.
Yeah, Ogren getting taken down in the early part of the game is not what you want, right? Jujan on the Ogren, or anybody on the Ogren for that fact, you really want to be kind of making sure your presence is known within that early part of the game, kind of dictating the pace, making sure you're trying to sort of get your own farm up first, because if you look at the enemy's jungle on the gorge, right, on the mini-map, Jujun didn't take any camp until and got taken out, so that's going to already create kind of like a little bit of a tempo issue here for the side of POF.
It looks like Argon was trying to go for an invade and got caught out there. I was confused. I'm like, yeah, how did Argon end up all the way over there now? And now Jujun has his own jungle to go ahead and clear back up now that he has unfortunately failed the invade on. That's not gonna be what you want on Argon. You want to accelerate that early game and skip through it, but that's gonna definitely hamper his scaling for sure.
Yeah, exactly. It's not what you want, right? But maybe they can come back, right? It's still early doors for the side of POF as well as LFO in this game number 1. But right now, LFO already having that early kind of potential lead here, thanks to the First Blood and its bonus resources that you get from it, but and also the fact that SCKU hasn't actually been contested within his tempo, right? Like, he's just been like being able to farm up, being able to get that XP up as well, as you can kind of see already. Previously, it was already level 4 before Jujon was as well. So looking to just maintain that pressure.
Yeah, and the lane swap here is making sure that Dharma does not get to play the lane how he wants to. He's gonna get 3-man under tower there. So Dharma's getting really set back here now. We see Dharma as one of these picks that can really change the game, but if they're able to shut him down early and not give him the resources to do much, that's going to slow that down a lot for sure too. A little bit of tower damage being traded on either side now as well, and it looks like the game's kind of reset once again here. Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not, right? I mean, the Winter is going to kind of keep them locked down into place there. They tried to contest and get those spike-tailed boars, but then overall, down to the bot side of the map, we see that 7ang and YB actually did a great effort there to put a lot of pressure onto that T1 down to the farm lane, right? Because, I mean, we're getting into that final moment where that protection stays onto these turrets. So as soon as that clock strikes 4 minutes, you know that there's going to be a big push for that bot side to create the pressure for that Tyrant as well.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the new mechanics with the tower, that bot tower would probably be almost gone already. But because of the new mechanics where, you know, every quarter it gives them a good amount of shielding back, they're not able to take it down. They've done an impressive amount of tower damage. I'd say it's probably not worth investing resources onto super early, because usually if you get a good fight going, you take down a tower in one go anyway. You don't really need to chip it down, especially not for a tier 1. But Lady Sun, one of the characters that are very easy to go ahead and get that splash damage on the tower later on.
Yeah, using that rolling raid is going to be useful there for the side of POF. But right now, there's that all-important 4-minute mark. It is on the clock, and who is not on the gorge? It's going to be the takedown there of the Lung into the top side of the map, so that's going to be crucial here. The team fights are not going to have as much damage, but the Annihilation doing so much damage onto the Motsu, as well as the emergence going through as well. Jujon gets a takedown onto you. White goes down as well, and this is the issue for LFO. If they lose Lung and they lose Nua, the damage becomes so little.
I was thinking Nua was just using that teleport for vision there, as it gets vision of the area you teleport to, but they actually completed that teleport, and man, was that a big mistake, as they got comboed up and taken out instantly for completing it.
Yeah, I mean, we're already starting to see that even though POF had a little bit of a shaky early part of the game, obviously losing Jujon very early, we can now see that they're able to get 3 kills onto the board. They get that top T1 as well, so creating the pressure. Obviously, we've seen that the rotation is actually being Lung up into the top side of the map because obviously that 1v1, trying to get the range onto the Dharma, but really, this is POF. We saw POF has been that clash laner where they were able to get so much eco in their last best of 3, right? Like, we were really impressed on how much resources they could gather and become that kind of carry for the team.
And it was on Dharma as well too, and he gets his Dharma for this first game. Annihilate comes out, ooh, does not quite secure that. That looked really close, actually.
Yeah, it literally was like pretty much trying to thin the thread the needle, right? The Annihilation, trying to get that Tyrant steal. Could have been huge. Could have been huge for the side of LFO, but POF was like, nah, we've got this one, boy.
Absolutely. And then looking at the Dole here, there's not too many good resets this game. It's mainly going to be the Long and the Nua's Annihilation. So they need to go ahead and get those characters ahead, right? Nua had a bit of a shaky early game so far.
Yep, Dream Roll coming in there just to try to kind of mitigate that zoning of the Princess Frost's Winter is here. Jujon tries to get a bit of aggression here onto the Lung as well, but the Infinite Vastness is going to keep him alive. But that's 2 ultimates being used there very defensively by the side of LFO.
Absolutely. There's so much, you know, action going on here. Both teams are trying to fight each other for everything, right? They just fought the side of POF for their Crimson Golem, and now they're turning back around and fighting LFO for their Azure Golem. Everything is gonna have to be earned this game.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be very much contested within the jungle, though no matter where they go within the gorge. Obviously, that Cannon Blast didn't quite connect, which could have been huge in terms of the setup here, but the thing inside the box with the flash is going to be huge here with the Cannon Blast gets the lockdown here, but we are getting 2 off the blue team come through as well. It is looking like White is just a little bit too slow with that rotation.
Yeah, not able to come down there in time with Charlotte getting caught out. As we see now, here is I would say a bit of a swing there, right? LFO's up a bit of gold now. POF kind of closing it back out. One of the closest, if not the closest games we've seen all tournament here so far. It is 7 minutes in, and these teams are neck and neck right now.
I mean, somebody loses the neck in that fight, right? It's definitely Princess Frost gets hit with the flaming palms. Her head goes pop after those flaming palms connect there. But I mean, they get the T1. Obviously, you lose your mid laner for the T1 down to the bot side. That's going to create a lot of pressure here for the side of LFO.
This is so close. Both of these teams, we've noticed, are very snowbally, right? The first team to go ahead and get a sizable lead, and we're going to have to see if they're able to run with it, is going to have a significant advantage here. But it's just so close. Deadeye coming out from the duo.
Yeah, I mean, flashing to the backline there. The Truth Mantra just connect onto one, but it's going to be the Infinite Bastard that keeps him alive. I mean, Loon getting hit by the Enlightened and Truth Mantras is probably not the best call, right? Because he has the Infinite Vastness to get out of there.
These teams are so like focused on fighting right now that's really all they're getting. We always mention, right, and preach about how fights turn into objectives, into farm, into all that stuff. They don't have time. They're busy constantly fighting. After one kill, another one comes in here. They don't have time to go ahead and extend that kill and trade it into a tower or a farm or a buff and such. So it is still super close here, this game.
Oh, very close indeed, right? I mean, if the indication of the gold and the kills being so close isn't that kind of like a big clear indicator for both of the viewers at home and these teams, they need to make sure that they're playing these team fights and getting kind of like that net positive outcome that they need, right? That you were speaking about earlier, Phil. They need to get the kills, but they need to translate it into something more in terms of objective right now. Creating the pressure into the top side of the map is going to be LFO as they take that T1, but can they look to invade this jungle?
These are finalists here, so they're going to be a bit more skilled for sure. And when they do go down...
the Annihilation! The damage is really online here for Nua right now.
Is there a reset here? No reset available. When you have those resets available, anyone under about like 60% health is basically in fatal range.
Yeah, in fatal range potentially was going to be the Dolia, right? She's able to kind of dip out of that. Winter is here as well as the Loong at this point. There it is, the Dream Roan trying to connect onto 7ang on the Lady Sun. Is it going to be so fruitful here for the side of LFO? They get the pickup onto the Dharma. They're looking for a little bit more. The push away from the Nua. Can they get that last little bit of damage? No, that's going to be translated into a 2-1 trade. The POF, the snipe from downtown gets the kill there on the 7ang.
That's White's second snipe across the map here so far. So White's definitely good at those, keeping an eye out on the enemies here. The fight is still going on too. Oh my god.
Still going here, yeah. Jujun is not happy with that outcome of that team fight, right? He was like, hey, we were up with positives. That's what they really wanted. The casters was like, guys, you need to make sure you get an positive trade and then turning it into something more. But then it's just White, like you were saying there, Full. Got that annihilation from downtown and then just made their vision black.
We have the shadow enhanced versions of objectives coming up now. So let's see what these teams go ahead and do for that. Yankee is going in for another engage with the Dream Roan.
He's going in. The Dream Roan being used there again for the Celestial Melody, but it's going to be the backline that gets accessed here thanks to the side of POF's Dharma. They are looking to become very strong in this team fight. Can Dharma keep them alive? No, Charlotte is just trying to make sure and do a lot of poke and prod damage here before the rest of the team comes up. But unfortunately for the side of LFO, they were all looking pretty weak in terms of their health bar, so nobody was going to come back with the engage.
Yeah, nobody could really engage there, and it looks like the first Shadow Tyrant here goes over to the side of POF. That's definitely notable. Can they go ahead and finally get that footing and get that lead here? Both of these teams have been just so neck and neck, very back and forth, but this is a really good objective here for team fighting. If they can force some fights, go into enemy jungle, and make use of this buff, this could be what they need to do to set themselves apart in this game.
Yeah, I think the problem here for LFO is the fact that obviously Lady Sun is going to be the late game potential here for the side of POF. Obviously, we saw the Daybreaker being built there as well. She is level 13 at this moment in time. So looking to try and create some pressure and get some more resources into the top side of the map. That Rolling Raid is going to be hitting hard right now with that late game itemization. And look, PFO looking pretty solid here. They got to make sure they're keeping lockdown on this Lady Sun, but using that infinite vastness very defensively. They have to get back out, trying to get the pick up here onto the Motsu. They're looking for more. You into the front line with a Dream Roam, but it gets knocked about there, but it's going to be Charlotte again to pick up onto the Dharma. It's also going to be you and White being taken down here. The slam dunk, the depth precipice here. Jujun, before he falls, he gets a double kill. Can they get more? Can they get an ace? They get the kill onto the Dolia. Last man standing is Lung.
Yeah, when these teams are so close in power together, having that Shadow Tyrant buff definitely sets you guys apart. And they went from going for, I think it was a 4 for 2 there. Now we're starting to see them kind of, it's still so close. They're able to get kills, but they're not able to get anything else still. This is still such a neck and neck game.
Yeah, it's very close in where it could be, right? I mean, definitely the team fights.
Wow.
That last team fight for POF was crazy. Obviously went in their favor at the towards the kind of like latter part of the enemy base there, but right now obviously in terms of gold it's not looking like it's much difference, right? Even though the team fights are going into the favor of POF in that last one, the gold is pretty much like 400 gold, which around about the 30-minute mark, right? We need to start to see a little bit more, especially when your late game insurance is going to be that Lady Soon.
Yeah, this can go either way, but I'd say POF has the scaling composition, so they don't really mind going even right now. They're slightly ahead, and you can even call them ahead here, right? Like 200-300 gold. But they have the Augurin, they have the Lady Sun late game, so they don't really mind, you know, if it kind of just goes sideways for a while.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want it to go sideways and then they lose it, right? They want it to go sideways, but make sure it kind of stalls the growth of LFO at that point of the game, right? Like, they're just making sure that they don't grow any faster than POF do. But POF here looking to put some more pressure into the bot side of the map. They do get the Shadow Overlord as well, as you can kind of see here. 7ang is just holding onto it for that right key moment, but Jujun taking a lot of damage here from White. We do see Yu having to use a Dream Roam there. He's not going to use it to reconnect. He tries to go on to the Lady Sun. The Flaming Palms do connect. Can she get out alive? 7ang playing that one close to his chest.
And he had to dodge out on 2 annihilations there. That is the second time that Lady Sun barely escaped death from the long there. He must be getting a little bit frustrated at that. Let's see if third time is the charm, though, in this next coming up fight.
They're gonna hope so, right? Onto the side of LFO, they need to make sure they're trying to get the lockdown here onto the Lady Soon, because it's becoming troublesome now. They're trying to get it caught out. They almost did in that last team fight, but they just weren't successful enough to do that whole shindig. But right now, obviously, a little bit more itemization coming through here for the Lung onto the side of LFO. Maybe what they need.
Look at some of the itemization here. Princess Frost is, while they are mid, they're basically building full support. They had the Venomous Staff, and we just saw the Glacial Buckler get picked up as well, too.
No, that's one big damage output for the side of LFO that gets taken down. There goes White as well. I feel like this is going to be the moment, Phil. This is the calm before the storm that we were waiting for the side of POF as they're looking to try and get down Charlotte. The Cannon Blast isn't going to connect there, but it's going to be chunked by you on the Monkey here. It's going to be a 4-1 trade for now. That is a team ace. This is 7ang. He's online. The side of PFO. They're waiting for the Vanguards, and they're taking Crystal of game number 1.
That game was so close for so long, but that final needle there that tipped the scales there instantly won the game for them there.
Yeah, exactly that, right? I mean, definitely trying to take the team fight on their own kind of means there. I mean, definitely we saw quite a big of engage there from the side of LFO. They were really hoping it was going to go to their own kind of favor and their stand-in. But man, PFO came back and was just like, no, bro, like, we're going to take this fight for ourselves. We've got that late game assurance, Lady Sun, and we're just going to roll through with it. And that's exactly what they did. So, POF, the power of friendship is beaten the looking for org right now.
Our friendship is very strong indeed there, and I'm just so impressed about how close that game is. I've seen a lot of games, and this game has been neck and neck the entire way through, up until the very end, I'd say, right? If you look at the gold charts on both sides here, everyone, look, A's and S's all around. Everyone had a, you know, on paper, a pretty solid performance. Unfortunately, only one of the teams was able to take home the win there. But this series can go either way. I would say, even though POF is up 1-0 there, that game could have definitely went either way as well.
It could have went either way, but I feel like it was the dismantling from POF that they knew that they had to take down White, they had to take down the Lung as well. to make sure that the team fight was going to go in their favor. And you can see there, between both of those 2 picks, that's 7 of the overall kills for the side of POF. And they were really focusing those 2 picks, making sure that they were taken off early. A big access into the back line, obviously thanks to the Dharma, thanks to Jujen on this Orgren as well, but obviously Henges as well on the Princess Frost. You had some really beautiful winters here as well, right? Like, you saw that Monkey tried to go in with the Dream Robe, he dropped down that ultimate, it became 10 times harder for SCKU to get out of those team fights.
Yeah, White was actually kind of on a roll early game. We saw a couple of Deadeyes come out, but after that like 6-7 minute mark, it felt like they really slowed down there, and they needed to really keep it going. After that pressure from the newest stopped, POF kind of got the opportunity to go ahead and take all these objectives. They were not in fear of it getting stolen away as well too, and then they kind of just slowly creeped into the base there of them, and then they were scaling up as well to the Lady Sun and the Ogren.
Yeah, it was like you were saying, Phil, there was just waiting to scale up. There's just making sure that they were kind of like sidelining the side of LFO's growth, because if that kind of like grew exponentially whilst they were trying to scale, then it would have been a massive issue for the side of POF, but it just never actually came into fruition for the side of LFO. So first game of this best of 5 is going to POF. Was it the cleanest game between these two teams that we've seen them so far within New Kings Ascension? Definitely not, but it's definitely the kind of caliber that we're seeing, right? We get into those top 2 teams of the New Kings Ascension, and this is where things start to kind of get a little bit more kind of looking like those international stages that we normally used to seeing.
Absolutely. I think both teams have finally kind of met their match in this circuit here, where, you know, they're against an opponent they can't quite, you know, stop. They have lots of back and forths. It's going to get sloppy. You know, they got to get their hands dirty and actually fight for it here. And that's what we're here to watch, right? These fights go down.
Yeah, we love a good fight. We love a good brawl for these 2 teams, and they definitely brought the flavor in this game number 1, bringing the hype for those in chat. But again, just another reminder for those in chat, if you're not part of the Honor of Kings EU Discord server, and this is something you want to partake in the future, we have circuits for August and September so far, and we also have some giveaways coming through right now. But coming through is going to be this roadmap, as you can see, and if you are just a solo player and you don't have a sort of solidified 5v5 or a 5-man group that you want to kind of compete with, we will do our best to pair you up with a already situated, maybe a trio or maybe 4-man, and just try and get you locked in so that you can go into the scrimming phase and just try and build that synergy between you and your newfound team.
Yeah, this is a great way to go ahead and break into the pro scene. Everyone always asks me how to do it. Guys, this is set up for you guys to go ahead and succeed. Join in here, join some scrims, play some trials, and then maybe we will be casting you guys on broadcast next month.
Exactly that, right? They could definitely be part of the next few circuits, but speaking of circuits, it wouldn't be a circuit without some special giveaways for you guys that are participating in the Discord server of HoK EU. There is a chance where you can actually get 1,200 tokens up for grabs. There is 2 of those available for you guys. I believe the deadline is actually tomorrow, so if you haven't kind of participated just yet, and you want to get some more tokens on your account, because I mean the Detective Conan thing's going to come through tomorrow as well, you definitely want to have some of those tokens in the bank for that event.
And if you guys are in the region lucky enough to have the Jurassic Park collab, those are going to be some skins as well too. You're super jealous. Both of us, from my understanding, Blam doesn't have it either. We don't have the Jurassic Park, so we get to see all these cool, you know, tyrants and overlords as amazing dinosaurs.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's definitely something we miss out on. It's something I was really looking forward to, right? Because, I mean, the free skin with this in the event is Consort U. And Consort U is one of my mains. I love that hero. And I think we've maybe saw it once or twice so far within New Kings Ascension. I am just going to quickly just scroll through that. Actually, no, we haven't seen it.
It was hovered. It was hovered a good amount of time.
It wasn't played. Yeah, that's unfortunate. We should really see that come through. Because, I mean, it's one of those picks that was quite prevalent within the KWC, right? And that's a good pick against the Lung. Yes, you have to kind of play a little bit more sort of like pixel perfect when it comes to using her second skill to kind of cancel out the damage from Lung's Flaming Palms. But it's still a great pick. It's still one of my favorite picks, and I wish I could have that skin, but unfortunately, I'm in the UK, and we don't get much for free here, so we just have to cry about it and just carry on our day.
Unfortunate. It's one of my favorite picks as well too, but it's a very situational pick, right? And if we've seen so far in the new King Circuit here that, you know, assassin junglers are not very favored. We don't see too many Jings, too many Lunas, Lambs, right? I was actually expecting to see a lot of Lambs because we mentioned that this circuit would be pretty similar to something like the peak tournament mode, right? And we're actually seeing a lot of tank junglers. This is where tank junglers are thriving right now. So in a situation like that, Concert U is not going to be the most favorable marksman.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't think there's been any kind of like player that's really been shined out to be the kind of like the core player to go for these assassin junglers, right? Like, I mean, we only just saw the first pay of today as well for the side of Battle for Peace, which was definitely kind of one of the more sort of like carry potentials with these players. But maybe they go in and taking a leaf out of Alpha 7 Danny's book, right? That was like, hey, I don't just play tanks, I'm just picking for my team, right? I mean, we've got much more of a stronger core within these teams, and I'm just going to play something that kind of supports them and shines them as well.
Absolutely, but if you're a aspiring jungle player, you're eventually going to have to learn how to play the Luna, the Jing, right? And this is going to be one of the best places to put that to the test, right? You're going to practice it in scrims, you practice it in trials. Now, on the game day, it's a good chance to bust it out. It is best of 5s, though, so we're going to see a few more junglers come out. We're not going to only see these top-tier tank junglers and such that we've been seeing in the past. And it looks like both teams have kind of held back a little bit in the drafts in preparation for it being a best of 5. They didn't pull out all the stops quite yet in game 1. A lot of strong picks are still available, and maybe we might even see an Arlie pick come out eventually, right?
I mean, I think that's hoping for too much, Phil. It's hoping for too much that we're going to get an Arlie pick come through here. I feel like we could have potentially saw it in day number 1, but there's like, you know what? We don't want that hero going down.
It's too dangerous for day 2, you know?
Exactly. Very dangerous, especially with what's on the line. Obviously, the step up in prize pool. Obviously, being the first place of the new Kings Ascension as well is pretty cool title for these teams also. But like you were saying, it's a best of 5. Those picks, if this does not go to a 3-0, which I really hope it doesn't, because both of these teams are very equal in their footings within that first game. So we need to see some potential drafts change up here as well. So maybe the pay comes through, maybe the pay and the Byron, which has been one of those combos that we've been seeing very frequently. And there it is! LFO! They locked it. Okay.
Already it goes ahead and gets locked in here, but you know, they're not going to give him that combo. They're going to break that dynamic duo up, as we see Byron being hovered on the side of POF. Game 2 here is going to be very important. This is going to dictate the pace of the series, right? Either POF is going to be on match point and, you know, putting LFO in a very, very bad spot, or LFO is going to be able to reverse that momentum and get themselves back on their feet here, as we see Byron and Lady Jen being locked in for POF.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the pay pick here as well is that the fact is they're really kind of banking on that early game potential, right? Like, they can't really let that pay go into the late game because it kind of just falls off a little bit there. You're not going to be the greatest asset within your team. So we need to see some late game as like reassurance here for the side of LFO. But locking in the Yixing as well as that Zhongfei. We talked about this pairing yesterday, didn't we, Phil?
Absolutely, the Yixing Zhongfei, it makes it really easy for Zhongfei to land those unbridled outbursts, right? There's only so many places they can go when they're trapped in that board, and the win condition for Zhongfei is to hit a good unbridled outburst, so that's going to be an amazing combo. I would say, though, that Zhongfei is super popular this tournament. We've seen it almost, like, in every series, I think. But his success has been kind of shaky, and even in KWC we've seen as well too, looking at some of the numbers, his success has been a little bit on the downswing here, but everyone still likes playing the Zhongfei. It's just a matter of getting the right position to pick him into. He's not as good of a blind pick tank as in the past. I think that role kind of went over to Liang Po.
Yeah, I feel like it kind of had more of an effect when we start to see that tank meta in the jungle, which was a little bit more prevalent, whereas now we start to see those kind of like higher frame heroes. So in terms of trying to get the pick up onto those with the unbridled outburst becomes a lot harder, especially like you were saying there, Phil, within KWC, trying to get the lockdown onto a Jing with the unbridled outburst seems like one of the most impossible tasks here for these teams. But still, onto the point of the Zhongfei, those unbridled outbursts just have not been hitting, and that's why I feel like the success within the new Kings Ascension is just that it's all about that playmaking potential, but also that disengage potential and upsetting the flow of your enemy team. And if you can't land that skill, Zhang becomes a lot harder to kind of navigate around and make a win condition for your team.
Yeah, while it is a tank and you usually don't, associate tanks with high risk, high reward, that's kind of what Zhang Fei is. A lot of that Kiro's power is loaded into that ultimate. So if you do not connect a good ultimate on at least like 2 to 3 people, your base kit is relatively underwhelming, right? You have you're like a mini dash. You're kind of like a flowborn tank. You have like a mini dash and then a AoE knockup around you. That's not going to be enough. It only really works if you put all the combo pieces together, land the Unbridled Outburst into the skill 2, into the skill 1, and go ahead and CC chain up the enemies.
Yeah, right now over to the side of POF, it just seems like Jujun's going through all the heroes, right? It's just like, I don't know how to play. I mean, my team kind of needs like a solid front line, right? To kind of try and pair and complement the Byron here. Maybe we're going for the Flowborn tank, and there it is. It comes through. But looking at their draft, they have the Lady Gen. Again, Destructive Deluge is going to be a great zoning kit. We've already seen that Henges on the Princess Frost here is able to put those winters is down very effectively. Destructive Deluge kind of follows that same kind of pathing, but I think like more importantly here, the difference maker within the draft is going to be that Huon, right? Like that has been kind of like not only within this tournament, but also previous international tournaments where the impact of this pick, the sustainability, the healing potential as well is very crazy.
Yeah, Yuan is not the strongest pick, but it's a very efficient pick, right? It's never going to really get banned out. You can always pick it as good on every team. It's a very safe pick in a longer series as well. So now that we're in best of fives, a pick like Yuan holds a lot more value. Marco Polo gets locked in here on the side of POF, and I would say that composition, like the synergy is a little bit all over the place, right? They have the Yuan, they have the Marco Polo, which can kind of dive in together, but also they have the Lady Gen that wants to play a little bit more at range and keeps the enemies at bay. I'm not really sure if that concoction is going to be able to work out.
I mean, only time will tell, right? The thing that was kind of definitely most prevalent of that game number one is that these two teams like to scrap, right? And I mean, if you have the Destructive Deluge into a scrappy team fight, you're going to be doing a lot of damage in terms of that big AoE. So that's going to really help the side of POF if that is going to be the case. But then, like you were saying, Phil, Marco Polo, we need to get those two itemizations on the board first in terms of getting this attack speed online. But I mean, the true damage aspect of the Marco Polo is definitely going to help trying to kind of run down that big tanky pick that is Zhang Fei, right?
So far, I think Marco Polo has not seen too much success in this tournament. So I would like to see it definitely go ahead and, come up and show up big. But each time he gets picked, it feels like he kind of gets countered out, right? Marco Polo into Yi Jing, a little bit tough to play. When you play these mid-range characters, we were talking about it in the series before, you just end up getting trapped out. Yi Jing's able to outrange you, outpoke you, and then later on into the game, it makes it really, really difficult once he has all those other modifiers he can apply on top of you there.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the difference is the last time we saw the Ishin go up against the Marco Polo is the fact that they didn't have the Huon, right? So Huon, we know, has that huge AoE kind of like a CC. So if you can try to get the lockdown onto the Ishin before he gets a lockdown onto you, I feel like it's kind of like a rat race in that respect, right? Whoever gets a CC on top of those mid laners or those kind of like mages onto either of those teams means that the setup for the team fight is going to be just a little bit more easier.
I think while last game was relatively close, as most Marco Polo compositions go, it's do or die. It's either you get a nice good ultimate in that wipes the enemy team, or you kind of fizzle out and don't really do much. I would wager this game, I'm not sure which side's gonna win, but it's not gonna be as close here, I think, with these compositions I see so far.
Exactly that, right? I mean, if we look at obviously POF, Marco Polo is going to be kind of like their main damage output, really. Obviously, Byron as well as the Flowborn tank is looking just to kind of just create that kind of great team fight and trying to get the pick up onto the back line, maybe try and get the lockdown onto the pay. But that's one pick we haven't really been shining on after this whole draft has been locked in, right? Is what's Pay's function in this draft? Obviously, other than the early game, I can imagine that he's really going to be trying to get that dive onto the Marco Polo, because as soon as that gets taken out for POF, that damage output for their team shrinks like exponentially.
For sure. I think these teams are going ahead and looking at the higher level competition and how they go ahead and play pay. And they have a few of the tips and tricks that they go ahead and they pick up on, but they're still not able to really utilize it to full effect. Because the pay, when it gets rolling, it really gets rolling. Whereas now they're using it as more of like this, like one trick pony, goes ahead for 1 or 2 invades, and then they use it to farm up and try and snowball the game here. And speaking of pay, here we go. The game's up and running now, and pay is in the mid lane now.
Yep, game number 2 between LFO and POF is underway, ladies and gentlemen. And honestly, last time we saw the Sunset come through, it was paired up with the pay, right? So maybe this is a little bit of a combo that LFO and other teams within New Kings Ascension like to cook up.
We're seeing a lot more Sunset here than I'm used to seeing, but it's a great pick. It's able to respond around the map and make plays.
Oh no, a little bit of a bait here. Obviously, we saw that U1 was trying to get the kill onto White there, but then still using the flash means that the side of POF is now down that common skill. So in terms of trying to get the gank here onto the U1, maybe the potential key for the side of LFO to get a first blood.
Yeah, both sides kind of gone ahead and back up here, but no, it looks like POF is still fighting now. Fighting back, trying to go ahead and contest this Crimson Golem. Now they take the Fire Beak, and now as a unit they go ahead and back up. Look at the unity here. 4-man invading, everyone goes in as a unit, leaves as a unit.
Yeah, I feel like they need to, right? 'Cause I mean, especially with the early game damage of the pay as well as the Yixing, if they kind of like step into the wrong brush or they go into the wrong camp and those 2 heroes are waiting for you, it's not going to look pretty, right?
Absolutely not. I want to see if this pay can go ahead and do some of the stuff we've been seeing in other tournaments here. Set up in these bushes here, catch out the enemy jungle, go for those kills. Not really just using pay as, you know, just a quick farmer. Using it as the aggressive early game weapon here that it's known to be.
Yeah, potentially shifting into the core of the side of LFO, right? But I mean, they have the early game assurance, which is going to be the pay, and then they have the late game assurance, which is obviously going to be the likes of the Lady Sun, as well as obviously Yixing. Obviously, he's passive, getting those stacks is really where they're going to be setting up the difference here. But a good piece of kind of like rotation intel there. Obviously, Zhangfei sitting in the bush between both of the teams, splintered in, gives over great intel. The board is actually being not set here, but the set sail does get connected onto the Byron there. But obviously, there's no real follow-up. They're just trying to kind of just catch out the side of PFO. Maybe play a little bit of mental games here.
I also just noticed, not often you see this, Bland, but we have 2 common skill stuns this game. Marco Polo and Sunset here both have this the stun skill available. Usually, I would say Marco Polo, you want to go Purify, especially, you know, looking at a composition like that. But we're going all in on the stuns today, baby.
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine that the Frigid Charge is going to come through a bit later on within the itemization of 7 Maybe try and go for that double sun setup into the Fever Barrage. That could potentially be the playmaking here for the side of PFO.
Yeah, but he has to make sure he does not get interrupted, and there is a lot of interruptions on the side of LFO. So how and when he decides to go in is going to be very crucial. He cannot jump the gun. He has to make sure that all the crucial crowd control skills that can go ahead and interrupt him are down before he goes in, because he does not have that Purify to fall back on.
Yeah, crucial timing for PFO Marco Polo, right? But I mean, if we speak of crucial timing, we are getting to that crucial point in the game, that early game spike where we start to see those neutral objectives come online. And we have no first blood. It's definitely a little bit more of a different pacing compared to that last game that we just saw between these 2 teams. Either teams didn't look too convincing in terms of how they were going to take the victory. I feel like we're going to say the same thing here.
Well, here we go. It looks like Byron's going for a teleport, whereas Sunsea's taking his boat, and everyone is coming down to this Tyrant here. Both sides are trying to get it, but it's probably going to go over the pay side here.
Oh, U1 uses the Dynamic Sorrow to try and get rid of that takedown there. They're able to get their Tyrant, but not first blood for now.
Yep, no kills going down on either side yet, but Alpha is up about 1,000 gold. That's mainly just off the back of Pay being able to farm so quickly there. He's probably up 1 or 1.5 rotations on the enemy jungle there. But still, no kills on either side. If PFO is able to go ahead and survive this early game and get through the Pay, their lineup is pretty strong too. They don't have as strong of a late game with the Marco Polo as the Lady Sun, but both teams, I'd say, scale okay here. I wouldn't say anyone has a crazy advantage.
Yeah, I mean, teamfight potential, obviously, this side of POF, thanks to, obviously, the Flowborn tank as well as the Byron. We've seen it be very effective hump here, but there it is, the catch and the board onto the Lady Chamber. Both, one hits, one misses, which is crazy, when they was really hoping for that catch there.
Like, a pixel away from connecting there. Lady Jen barely walked out of that board. As we see again, POF, they looping up together. Look at this. They're almost always in a 3 or 4 man unit. They want to get a nice Yuan combo into the Marco Polo there, but they have not been able to find it yet, unfortunately for them.
Don't find it yet, but the Unbridled Outburst is going to stop the connection here onto the Lady Soon, which is going to be a great kind of get out of jail card here for the side of LFO. This is a good way that they played it, right? The Unbridled Outburst was skewed to kind of just like, hey, we can kind of see the rotation come through. You're not going to get the kill, and that's definitely going to be the difference here between these two teams, right? Neither of these teams are lost that first blood just yet, and neither of them are excited to do so.
Both sides are playing like First Blood loses the game here, which makes it very exciting for sure, you know? Absolutely burning everything to save each other there. The Zhongfei saving the Lady Sun. In the Clash lane there, we see Byron going toe-to-toe with the Sunset under tower, almost taking him out too. I'm very excited to see who goes ahead and gets First Blood in this match here.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see already the difference in the gold drafting and obviously resources here into the jungle. Obviously, Pei being ahead as well as the Lady Sum, right? That's definitely the two core players onto the side of LFO with this draft. They need their early game online, they need their late game online, and they're assuring that by getting that gold to their pockets.
Overlord being brought to half by Flowborn Tank, but he sees that, you know, everyone on the side of LFO is kind of around, takes the safe play, jumps over the wall, gets out, wastes a good amount of time. Oh, this board does connect though. Could this be First Blood?
Does connect. Yeah, exactly. There it is, the set sail as well as the board. Everything being committed there for that First Blood. Really just trying to put a stop here to POF, but POF right now, they look a little bit disjointed going into these team fights, right? Like, there doesn't seem to be any clear kind of direction.
Yeah, the composition doesn't really, as I mentioned earlier, it's hard to kind of flow this composition together, right? They have the Flowborn tank, but it doesn't have an enabler there. The Yuan and Marco Polo have a good amount of synergy together, but then the Lady Jen is kind of, you know, a little bit too far away sometimes. If you want to get up close and support your Marco Polo and Yuan, you're putting yourself kind of in harm's way. So their team is a little bit disjointed. I'm very curious to see how they go ahead and make this work.
I mean, only time will tell, right, Phil? But definitely for the side of LFO, they are up with that 2K goal lead overall globally for their team, which is definitely going to be the difference maker in this part of the game, right? We're slowly sort of snowballing to that 10-minute mark, which in terms of obviously scaling in terms of items, 7ang, last time we saw his itemization, he only had the Sparkforged Dagger, pretty much built the second tier item of the Doomsday as well. So I can imagine that his damage is going to start to come online slowly but surely. But like you said, they're kind of like the way they're kind of trying to compose these team fights onto the side of POF is not looking kind of like the strongest suit so far.
Here we go, some wet noodle fight action going on between Flowborn Tank and Zhongfei here. And while all that's happening, Pei goes ahead and solos out the Tyrant. So the Tyrant has been gone over to LFO, both sides here. Because of that, they've built up a pretty sizable gold lead now. Before it didn't quite matter, but now at 3,000, it definitely adds up.
It does add up, but the Unending Sorrow going to be baiting a lot of skills there from the side of LFO at this point in time. But there's the Unbridled Outburst, gets a knock onto the Lady Jen. The board has been committed. He catches 3.
There it is.
It's going to be the Pei as well as the set sail come through. Byron as well. They get the catch onto the side of LFO, but LFO get that T1.
Seems like a bit of miscommunication happened there. That was a great board, you know. Zhongfei was in ultimate, could have kind of went in there. Maybe he had cooldowns. Pei definitely, you know, saw that as a go signal there, jumped in, but since he was kind of, you know, the first one in and kind of the only one in for a while, they immediately turned their attention on him and picked him off.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of like using henges there as kind of like a bait, right? They saw that Lady Jen got caught. They all dived in. And then that's where sort of POF was like, you know what, guys? Let's try and get some kills out of this one. And they were able to obviously get those 2 kills as well. So, well, yeah, 1 kill, sorry. So bringing himself back onto the board in terms of the resources of kills. But not only that, they're now starting to create some pressure into these side lanes. We saw there 7ang was able to get that T1 down to the bot side of the map. And now they're looking to defend that T1 in the mid lane, right? They need to make sure they keep all of this because this is their kind of like reassurance for the side of LFO. They have the advantage in the mid lane. They need to keep hold of it.
I'm still waiting for a good Marco Polo ultimate, man. It's a little bit tough to pull off, right? But they have the composition for that. They have the Yuan to go kind of, you know, shadow him in and then tank up the damage and use that Sorrow to go ahead and get away and create an opening for him to land that. Marco Polo should be relatively itemed up now. Does not have the Frigid, but has the stun.
He's taking a lot of damage there from this Pei, right? Like, as soon as he gets kind of like on site, that's it. Pei comes in with the Flying Fist. He's just doing damage from afar. And he doesn't even have to get in close to do that damage, right? That's the troubling thing here for the side of POF. They're trying to keep their marksman alive, but there's just so much range for the side of LFO that they have to contest with.
Yeah, while Pei is probably up a sizable amount of gold, I'm actually really impressed that Flowborn Tank's able to keep up levels with the Pei. Level 13 to 13. Oh, here we go.
A lot of damage. It's going to be Unbridled Outburst. That's definitely a bait and switch here, but can they try and get the bait out of the board here? We are seeing the Pei trying to crash in from the side lane, trying to get the kill onto the Huan, but stays alive just with a nick of Alf. But right now, into that team fight is going to be the Byron. Byron, can he get the catch? No! He gets caught by the Tiger. And now we are looking for some more catches here for the side of LFO.
Yeah, just like that, LFO is up almost, they're still up about 3,000. Okay, I thought they got a little bit more from that, but I've noticed that the Zhongfei on the side of LFO, you know, he's one of the more passive Zhongfeis, right? They use that ultimate to set some people stunned up, but he doesn't really commit in afterwards. I would like to see him jump in with the Pei there so he doesn't have to take so much punishment. Speaking of punishment, Pei's getting dropped really, really low here, barely gets out.
I don't know. I feel like the Zhongfei is doing his job, right? Like, he's definitely soaking the damage from the enemy team. He's making sure those skills are going to be on cooldown for the rest of the guys to jump in. And then he just uses the Unbridled Outburst. A little bit of a second win for himself to stay in that team fight. But it's all really looking at you as well as the Lady Sun here and PPN trying to get those engages into the backline for the side of LFO.
We have a ship
Here
coming.
it is, the set sail. They don't have a minion wave, so I think that's kind of at the benefit here of PFO. There's no minion wave crashing in into the mid lane, so they're good for now.
Wow, look at that. Zhongfei actually picked up a charge himself, so he has 2 active items available for him.
Oh, the Unbridled Outburst pushes them into the board's borders, and they are able to sustain and stay alive. But there it is, the set sail onto the back line. Jujan looking, he's a little bit worse for wear. They're having to drive away, but all in that same moment. We saw that Pei was getting the pressure, creating it to the top side of the map. LFO are like, guys, you've taken a game from us, but we're now going to take this one from you.
That was a great engage, and if Pei was there, they probably could have wiped them too. Think, oh, why did it back up off that? Then I noticed Pei taking some towers in the clash lane here, so it was very, very reserved of them and very smart to go ahead and back up after that 4v5. They're taking objectives elsewhere, and you know, still keeping them busy here so that Pei gets his free time and does what he needs to do.
Yeah, keeping them very busy as well. I mean, it's definitely what they need to do here for the side of LFO in terms of creating that pressure. Because, I mean, team fights are just going to get a little bit more sort of like shaky as this match goes on. The 4K gold lead is still surmising here for the side of LFO as well. So, really, POF need to make sure they're not just taking these team fights. They need to make sure they're winning these team fights and translating it into other objectives. Because that's what they failed to do in that mid lane, right? They opened it up way too early for themselves. They've lost the T2s across the gorge. It's really hard here for POF. They have the final frontier, which is those high ground turrets, but it's going to take a lot to come back from that distance. Yeah,
when you build compositions like this that really rely on hitting these great openers. Oh, speaking of openers here. Oh,
Jujan into the back line. He's just trying to keep Pei and everybody else from the rest of the side of his team. I mean, Jujan was able to get the pick off there of the Zhongfei, but Zhongfei is now kind of like useless. He has his Unbridled Outburst being used, taking liberties, doing so much damage onto the side of POF. They're not getting able to get the takedown there before Pei gets that double kill, and then he goes down. But that is going to be a 4-2 trade overall here for LFO and their prime members. Lady Sun, the Yixing, as well as the Sunset here, are looking to stay alive.
We have not talked about the Lady Sun much this game, but she's definitely all scaled up. You know, she's kind of been in the background while the Pei has been taking the brunt of the attention, you know, diving towers, taking the towers. Lady Sun's been kind of farming up, cleaning up jungle, and now it is her time to shine as she's one shot to the tower here, basically.
Yeah, those rolling raids are definitely going to hurt now, obviously, as we get the itemization through here for LFO. But there it is. The chinks in the armor of POF are starting to show, right? They have lost their high ground turret in the mid lane, so really creating a massive problem here for themselves is the fact they weren't able to defend it so early on within this game.
Yeah, LFO is up 7,000 gold here now, but I've seen this before, Blam, okay? Anything can happen here. It is up to LFO to go ahead and see if they can close out this game. We have the enhanced Overlord here that both teams are trying to fight for now. This one's going to be pivotal, because if LFO gets it, they're able to go ahead and kind of put that nail in the coffin of POF and close out this game. And if POF gets it, it's going to be a huge swing.
It could be a huge swing here. I mean, that's not what you want to get. The Pei getting taken down as the neutral objective is now online. Can the side of POF capitalize on this? The board does get committed here, but it is going to be Jujon that gets out of the board. But he does leave Hugh1 into the middle of it. The set sail comes through here as well. Can he connect onto the Lady Chen? It does. Burst beautifully as well set up there from the Sunset. But the damage is not here. They are struggling to get the range onto that backline.
That's going to buy him a little bit more time. Pei's probably closing on full build now. POF now has a little bit more time to kind of catch up and try and slow him down. Great catch onto the Pei there. It was really dangerous the way he was positioning there, right? There's no vision. He's kind of just walked into the enemy side nonchalantly there and got very, very punished for it. And because of that, they still don't lose it though. They still end up getting the Overlord here. It was not enough because they were able to trade back away for the Yuan there. But that was really POF's moment. They need to capitalize on that and take the Overlord there and turn the game around.
Yeah, POF just didn't quite capitalize on the opportunity at hand, right? I mean, they still obviously had to contest with the Yixing as well as the Lady Sun and the Sunset, but they could have tried an attempt there to try and make a bit of a fight there in terms of baiting the enemy team, but the set sail doesn't quite connect there. It does zone most of the members of POF into that mid lane as they're trying to get the rolling raids onto that T3 into the bot side of the map. LFO are looking for some crucial pickups here. I mean, only one high ground turret standing, and they're looking to try and get this base run down.
These high ground towers, I always say, they're permanent, and once they go down, more super minions are going to be spawning forever from now. And the last one goes down. It's a sentence, right? So that's going to be LFO's focus from now on. They're going to want to go into the clash lane and try and finish up that final tower. And no matter how much gold POF has, they cannot buy those towers back. It doesn't matter if Pei falls off. It's going to be really hard to come back after that tower goes down.
Yeah, I mean, even though Pei falls off, obviously, to the late game, like I said, in the draft, they have the late game assurance of the Yixing as well as the Lady Sun, right? Like, that's where the damage is going to be coming through, and the potential of the playmaking and the actual team fight outcome here is going to be for LFO onto those. But, I mean, those bright light bursts have been connected here, somewhat different in the entire of this tournament, and there is the board. Is the damage going to come through enough? Takes down the Lady Sun into the back line, but can 7 and get out. Jujon trying to keep him alive as they're trying to push the side of LFO. Once again, here it is. A 3-2-0 trade right now for the side of POF. They're looking to try and surmise some kind of lead here.
Blam, I've seen this before. This is the energy POF needs if they want to turn this game around. That was a 3-for-0 actually for the side of POF, and just like that, they go ahead and pick up their mid-tier 1 and tier 2 in one fall super. They might be going for more. They might be trying to go for a end here potentially here.
Yeah, I mean, Jujon has to kind of tend the chickens and the farm, right? Like, he's like, guys, I can't let the base kind of fall here, but the set sail could be crucial here. Onto 3. Is it going to be enough damage, though, for the side of POF to get a takedown? The Fever Barrage comes through. Zhang Fei doesn't have the rage on there as well, and 7eng is now at his spike. He's got that double kill. They're looking for the high ground turret in the mid lane.
LFO needs to be very careful. One kill here could turn into an end. Lady Sun flashes in does not quite get a kill there, unfortunately. There we have Sanctuaries up on both sides now, and just like that, POF completely turned the game. They were down like what, 8,000 gold. It is now only 3,000. This next fight is likely to decide the game, as Tempest Dragon is coming up in 20 seconds.
You check the wrong brush there. He gets caught with the freeze. Can they get the damage off onto him? Byron is into the back line. He's taking too much damage for my liking there. He has to get out. Tempest Dragon is going to be up in 7 seconds, guys. So any kind of passive items onto the teams here are going to be able to be upgraded.
Here is your chance. This could be the final fight. This is the first Tempest Dragon of the day, too, from my understanding. Whoever gets this is likely to win. Usually, does not matter how many items, how much gold lead you are ahead or whatnot. The Tempest Dragon buff is so strong. Whoever gets it, you know, you can make up for almost anything here.
Yeah, it's game-ending mechanic, right? They've got to be careful here. You is going to be the stun, then the smite, and that's going to be the key way into this one. The board is going to keep them maintained for now. But so far, Pei gets taken down, but it's giving that crucial set sail that comes through for the side of LFO into the back line. This is huge for the side of LFO right now. They are needing to get this win onto the board. It's both 7ang as well as Henges into the back line. They have to be careful. There is 2 juicy blue minion waves into their side lanes. They have to go back or they lose their crystal.
US being getting caught back to back, but Lady Sun is picking up the pieces here. It looks like this could be it. They have a lot of minions here. It is 4v2. I don't see how POF can land on this.
Yeah, unfortunately not. I mean, PFO, they look like they almost had their second win in that game. But unfortunately, it was going to be just too much destruction onto the Gorge for the side of LFO. They definitely had that early game. They had created so much pressure that it was almost uncomebackable for the side of PFO.
Yeah, they almost had it at the end too. 3 fights in a row, the Pei was getting caught out there. But maybe in that final fight, they committed a little bit too much to get the Pei. Forgot that at that point in the game, Lady Sun is the real threat.
Yeah, Lady Sun definitely with a real threat. I mean, we saw there that 7ang, he kind of caught wind of that one, right? He was flashing into the back line. He was going in with the Fever Barrage, making sure he's able to get the pick off there onto the Lady Sun of the side of LFO. But it still just wasn't enough, because even if they're taking out the Lady Sun, they still have the I Ching. They still have PPN on this Sunset. And definitely the clear maker in terms of not only the setup for the team fights. If Hugh Wan wasn't there onto the Zhang Fei, it was definitely PPN setting up some great crucial fights.
But I think these teams have definitely met their matches with each other. As I was mentioning earlier, their skills are right there. These games are neck and neck. It can go either way at a moment's notice. It's just, you know, a few abilities, a few character kills different, and it could have easily been POF winning that game there. They held out really long against the Pei, but this is global pick ban format, so we're not going to see any of these characters on either of these teams anymore. And as the best of 5 goes on, we're going to see more and more creative picks come up.
You can only hope so, right? I mean, the fact that LFO actually expanding quite a lot of expensive picks, right? I mean, definitely in the likes of the Pei as well as the I Ching and the Zhang Fei, right? Like, those are quite expensive picks in the global ban. Over to the side of POF, they do obviously lose the Byron. Byron being one of the most favored clash laners as well, so more than likely going to open up sort of like means of the Dharma coming through potentially. Maybe even the Mayeen, a pick that we actually haven't even seen today, right? Like, Mayeen seemed to just dominate yesterday and hasn't come through once yet for either of those teams, so that's why they're kind of holding on for it.
Absolutely, and I think there was an opportunity to pick Fatih here, but we're seeing that Sunset is actually favored more than Fatih, which is very interesting. They like that playmaking potential, being able to roam throughout the map with the set sail and make plays all around, and he was making plays this game here, catching out the Lady Gen multiple times in the early game, and then late game delivering some devastating combos.
Yeah, they definitely put the pressure onto that mid lane, which was definitely the key for the victory overall. I mean, it was a prolonged victory there. It was our first Tempest Dragon of the day as well, so definitely not the shortest victory that I feel like LFO was maybe hoping for with a draft like that, but they definitely got the win on the board, which is better than seeing a 2-0, right? This is now the momentum that we saw for Battle for Peace in the previous Battle for Third Place. So maybe LFO could come back with this one with another win back-to-back.
Absolutely, and if I'm correct, that's actually our first Tempest Dragon for the tournament too, because yesterday we didn't get any Tempest Dragons, and this was the first one here today. So competition's really heating up. You know, the teams are neck and neck when it takes it to 20 minutes, right? No stomps at all. All right, we're into game 3 now. Let's see how these drafts go.
Yes, this is where it all comes down to, guys, is these drafts, right? This is where we start to see the victories and the losses start to come into place. But Dharma not going to come through this time around, as well as the Mai Shiranui, and Ali still in prison.
Tragedy. Let me go ahead and check up on what picks are still. There's still a solid amount of picks available. I do think POF has more of the ones in here too, because they were picking more of the economical picks, right? They had the Yuan, they had the Marco Polo. These are picks that can definitely win if you build around them, but they're not the solid S tier picks that they're gonna pick up now here potentially. Ming first pick, no. Zhang Fei is so popular in this tournament, man. Like probably like the MVP of this tournament. I think it's been picked the most.
It's definitely one of the most prio picks, definitely down to the bot side of the map in terms of the support role, right? Like, we can kind of see that potentially that's what LFO was going to go for with the next part of the phase of the bans. Like, we've already got a Dolia ban out here. Maybe the Zhang Fei as well as the Diadea would have been banned out in the next part of the phase as well, but it does mean that Lung was not picked up as prio blue. He could get locked in here for the side of POF, but maybe not trying to expand it just yet. Maybe they're trying to get that Dolia onto the board before they get that Lung.
Yeah, both teams need 2 wins, so they need to kind of, you know, they need to split up their power between these games coming up, right? They got to make sure that they can go ahead and fight enemies here and get 2 wins. They don't want to burn and use all their gas in this game here, so they pick up the Long, but they also pick up a little bit more of an economical jungler in the Mankey here.
Yeah, Monkey coming through here for the side of POF. I mean, so far for POF, that's all we've really seen, right, is those tank jungles. We got, obviously, Orgrin in game number 1. We had Flowborn in the previous one. And now we got Monkey. So maybe this is where Jujon starts to kind of be like, all right, well, I can only really play these tanks, right? I mean, did they really need the Monkey at this point in the draft? Probably not, right? Like, they had the Zhang Fei in terms of the front line. They have the damage here and late game potential for the Lung. So really, they could have kind of like left this one a little bit later. Maybe try and lock in something in the mid lane for Henges.
Absolutely. I think it's just more or less just a blind pick here so that they can pick a more favorable matchup later on. Mid lane, there's not too many priority picks that they need to go ahead and just get off the board right now. So they're going to go ahead and try and maybe go for a better counter pick. We see Yijing get banned out now from the side of LOF. And let's see how POF responds here.
Yeah,
okay, POF they don't want to give them a combo.
Yeah, they don't want to give them the Chow and the Flowborn combo, and they don't want to give over any more damage over to the side of POF. Obviously, the Nuwa, that was pretty strong within the previous series. Again, we had, obviously, White as well as one of the other players picking up the Nuwa Annihilations, coming through pretty much thick and thin, just kind of getting those clutch pick-offs, those snipes as well. But yeah, the Chow ban out here, I feel like is very good one for the side of POF.
Oh, here we finally see the HoYi make an appearance. There we go. One of my favorite marksmen there, HoYi. It's great on the character like Flowborn tank on your team as well too. We mentioned if you can't speed up, you know, your Flowborn tank, make the enemy slow down, right? HoYi with those ultimates there across the map will definitely slow some people down for him to catch up.
Exactly, yeah, using his second skill slows them down. Definitely using that Burning Sun arrow as well. If you can hit that across the map, that would be pretty huge as a setup here for the side of LFO. But right now, PFO are hovering either the Suya as well as the Miyue. I mean, maybe they've been watching some of your videos here, Phil. Oh,
there we go.
Miyue here.
All right, I had to wait. I had to save my excitement for when it got locked in, okay? They teased us a lot yesterday, but the Miyu gets locked in here, as well as the Gan and Mo on the side of LFO. Miyu has a great matchup against Fatih, being able to kind of, you know, abuse him in the early game, not really let him scale.
And sorry for that short intermission there, but we are back waiting to get onto the gorge between LFO and POF in game number 3 of this best of 5. Which team will take that 2-1 and then potentially be on match point as we go through? I am Blam, and once again with me is Phil as we give you this new Kings Ascension breakdown.
Of course, when Miyu gets picked, they try to take down the stream on us here, all right? So I don't get to see it. No, it's confirmed. There are no redrafts, all right? We're seeing Miyu come up in this game here. We're in game 3 now. Both teams are 1-1, as Blam mentioned here. So this is gonna really go ahead and you know, put the teams onto match point here.
Yeah, either of these two teams will go obviously into match point. It's been a very sort of hotly contested best of 5 so far, right? Like, it's been very sort of like close knit. Last game seemed to be a lot more in the favor of LFO, obviously having such a destructive early game within their not only team composition but execution from their team as well. So this time around, we're going to be seeing maybe can POF match and react to how LFO played in game number 1.
Both games could have absolutely went either way there, so I have no idea what's going to happen in this game 3. Both drafts are very solid. I like that both teams are going ahead and saving, you know, some of the picks for, you know, later on into the matches here, because this is the best of 5 at the end of the day. You know, you cannot blow everything in the first few games like we've kind of been doing before here with these best of 3s. Yep. So very excited to see how they go ahead and maneuver these final drafts.
Rightio. I mean, we're going to be getting into this game very soon, guys, so hold your horses. We're getting into game number 3. Obviously, already still some action being on the board so far in terms of some, like, early game invades into the enemy's jungle, but right now, we're just looking at that scoreboard. It's still 0-0 at this point.
Yep, very close indeed here, and it looks like actually Fatih is actually winning in lane versus Miyu. We don't know what really ended up happening there, but usually Miyu is known for their lane aggression, being able to bully most melee Clash laners in lane there.
Exactly. It's to try to, like, it's hard to kind of catch her, right? Like, she's definitely one of the, okay, we start to see the universal law going through there. The cancel the recall. That was very stupid from the side of POF.
And it's very annoying when it happens to you too there. Yuan is probably really upset that, and they're gonna try and force some fights onto Zia going forward now.
Yeah, trying to get some dives on there. I mean, the Burning Sun Arrow isn't going to connect there. We tried to see the revenge come through. I mean, HoK was not having any of that. It's like, bro, you just disrupted the recall of my support. What's going on here? What's the hate?
Absolutely. I think this is probably one of the tamest early games we've seen yet. Usually there's like 10 kills by now, right? But both sides are opting to farm up. They know how important this game is here because it is 1-1 and it's going to set the losing team onto match point there. And the first fight is likely to be projected to be at this first Tyrant.
Yeah, definitely like a calm before the storm kind of motion in this early game, right? Like, neither of the teams have really been trying to kind of like dive in onto their lanes per se, but now, oh, that was very close. The Burning Sun Arrow into the freshly forged blades. Could have been the takedown there for LFO.
And that's why HoYi and Ganemo are such a devastating combo. We've seen a little bit of it yesterday, from my understanding, with Liang as well too. But anyone that can go ahead and lock down targets and make them stand still for the Ganemo to fire all those blades into them is going to have devastating effects like that. They were just a hair of damage away from taking someone out while completely controlled.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Like, that first blood would have been crucial for the side of LFO, because if you can kind of look here at the global gold resources for both of these teams, it's pretty much neck and neck, right? Like, if that was the first blood, it definitely would have kind of like tipped the scales a little bit more into the favor of LFO there, and it would have definitely put this at a bit of a stop here in terms of this neutral objective that's now onto the board. Chunking that Burning Sun Arrow is going to be the Zhong Fei, but he does also have his Unbridled Outburst up as well as his Rage. He's just going to get out of there, recall, and hope that they don't lose this Tyrant.
Tyrant has been defeated.
They're not able to get some kills, but they are able to get some Tyrant here. But the Ganemo is, you know, 2 people has gone ahead and escaped death from him, and that has to feel bad, right? Ganemo's passive makes it that you get a little bit more magical power per, you know, kill you go ahead and help out with there. So you kind of missed out on 2 there already. You don't really see Ganemo as a snowbally style character, but if you do really well in an early game, it feels like you're getting extra gold per kills because you get so much more damage from your items and then your passive as well.
I mean, it's not just only damage, right? It's confidence in landing those blades. Like, that's one of the harder trick shots to land, right? Like, do you go for a long range? Do you go for a short range? If you miss, are you going to cry in the fetal position? Probably that's how I play Ganemo anyway, because you really want to be making sure you're making the most out of those freshly forged blades, right?
I think we say Ganemo is like one of the hardest to play mages, but whenever we see it get played, it's really easy for him to play usually, because he has to set up from a Liang, from a HoYi arrow maybe, right? And he just has to make sure he puts his skills on that target that is frozen up there. But when he does land those blades on the targets that are moving, now that is when the blades hit just right? And that's what separates the good Ganemos from the greats.
Exactly right there. I mean, we're seeing obviously that these 2 teams both going for these neutral objectives. We see that obviously POF was obviously able to get the Overlord here, trying to create some pressure into those lanes, trying to just gain that overall T1 pressure a little bit early on, right? Because that's the one thing that we saw from POF in the last game, is that they weren't really doing great in terms of obviously gathering and amassing those turrets into their favor. They kind of just like allowed LFO to just kind of like have their way with it.
Absolutely. Well, they were against the pay last time, right? Now I'd say it's a little bit more fair in that sense. Ooh, there we go.
Oh, there it is. The freshly forged daggers. We finally get it connect onto Henges as well, right? That's going to open up that mid lane. He dies at the right time, though, right? If you're going to die at any time, it's when you don't have a minion wave quite just crashing in together.
Absolutely, that's a great point, you know. While giving up that kill is never good, right? You should never seek to die in Honor of Kings. If you had to, make sure your wave is cleared up, because then at most you just lose, you know, the little bit of time on the map and the enemy gets 200 gold. But if you die and you have a full wave at your tower, you're going to end up losing like 500 to 1,000 gold swing. Ooh. Speaking of 500 gold, 1,000 gold, how did you just die there?
2v1 of the top side of the map there took place, and I feel like Phil is mourning the death of his favorite hero there. Miyu again taken out by both PPN as well as you. And there we go, Lungby taken off once again. This Ganemo's artillery is now online. White has had enough.
We've seen White's Ganemo in day 1 as well too, and it was very, very impressive. This could be one of his signature picks here, as he's setting up, ooh, blades do not quite connect here, trying to, you know, predict the enemy's movements there. But he's definitely really strong already. Was not able to get those 2 early game kills we were mentioning, but definitely made up for it ever since. And he's on track to be this late game carry that we know Ganemo is.
Yeah, exactly. Getting the itemization online is just going to make it easier to shred through your opponents. And right now, POF are behind by around about 3k gold, right? That's going to be troublesome here. You can already see that White has already got those magic pen boots as well as a Scepter of Reverberation as well. So already itemization coming through thick and fast here for the side of LFO.
And the Tome of Wisdom too. Tome of Wisdom, one of the biggest power spikes in the game. That I think is what, the third most expensive item in the game.
Yep.
There, 2,800 gold. Making sure you finish it is very important. Once you finish it, you get the passive effects of it and all. And now Ganamo's blades are going to be doing insane amounts of damage.
Crazy amounts of damage, and I mean, they could even amplify that even more, right? If they go for the Tyrant, if they sort of get that damage output boost here. I mean, the Burning Sun Arrow does connect from downtown as well as those couple blades. Wow. With that universal lore that puts pressure onto the side of LFO. Obviously, Q1 here able to soak a lot of that damage. The Unending Sorrow hasn't been burnt out just yet, but now Floorborn Tank just into the back line, just creating pressure for the side of POF. But speaking of pressure being created here, we are seeing that Mue into the top side of the map is just making to create some pressure there.
Yeah, she also ended up proxying a wave there, so now she has a lot of free time to go throughout the map and help out here, knowing she does not have to attend to any minions here.
In, out, she doesn't get damage whilst that comes through as well, but who does get damage? It's going to be the Floorborn Tank onto the side of LFO, so that front line is definitely going to take a little bit of a beating for this next 22 seconds.
White is playing so calculated. Look at him in the bushes. They're waiting for the enemy team to push here to try and size up a combo. He has a lot of damage on him, as we mentioned.
Oh, wow. There it is. Oh, paid back, though, is going to be the Loon here, getting the pick up onto the Q1, but into the back line is going to be the Vati. Gets the kill onto Henges as well, but Sue gets taken down. Double kill going over to 7, and can he get that triple kill? The stun comes through. That was nicely done. Oh, there it is. White claiming the kill. He denies the triple, baby.
White on the Ganamo is definitely one of his signature, if not his signature heroes. He is so comfortable on the Ganamo. He knows where to stand. He knows when to flash in. You very rarely see Ganamos flash in, but he was so confidently, no hesitation, flash in there with the short blades, takes them out. I also wanted to highlight the precision in timing of the HoK arrow on the long landing there as well too. Almost won that 1v1 encounter there without the Ganamo. So great plays on both sides all around.
Yeah, great plays overall, right? I mean, we saw the Burning Sun Arrow actually landed onto the MUS, so there was going to be no kind of congestion for that Tyrant, and it's now the Shadow Tyrant, so that's definitely going to help both, obviously, White and the HoK onto the side of LFO, just kind of create a lot more pressure onto the side of POF, sorry, for now, but they got to make sure they kind of get some kind of comeback, right? We need to see some pressure being created here for POF.
POF needs to find a way to get rid of this Ganamo and fast in a fight, but they don't have necessarily the strongest divers. They have the Monkey, they have the Miyu, both of them could dive, but if Ganamo positions properly, it's really hard to take him out with these characters.
Yeah, they got to do something right. They've got to make sure they're creating some kind of pressure for themselves to try and come back in this game number 3. Because right now, LFO looking like they're running away with it, right? I mean, they're about 3,000 gold ahead at this point in the game. They need to make sure they're just trying to create that some more. But right now, obviously, Floorborn Tank being very oppressive because he dives into one. But then we start to see the PPN just dives onto the other front line of the enemy team. It just means that they're kind of just baiting and switching them in these team fights.
This is a master class in Ganamo compositions. Now, this is using Ganamo as the keystone here. Picking it up late in the team when you already have all the enablers ready for him, right? You have the HoK, he has the Yuan looking for stuns for him, and then all he has to do is go ahead and then hit the target standing still, and he's been doing that. All these ultimates coming out from HoK, like half of them are converting to kills at least, if not more. Yep. They are unstoppable right now.
Exactly unstoppable. I mean, definitely just using those Burning Sun arrows. I don't think there's been many that's actually not connected there. And I mean, 7N gets taken down once again. The side of LFO gets that Shadow Overlord also. So a lot of pressure and a lot of resources here coming through for that team onto the red side. But right now, POF don't quite have an answer, right, Phil?
Yeah, POF, they need to make something happen right now. It's only going to get worse from here as the itemizations keep coming in, as arrows come out more and more frequently here, but they're not able to do much here. It looks like even the tanks on the side of POF are getting one-shotted.
I mean, they're almost getting one-shotted, but I mean, it's creating the pressure that they need onto the side of LFO, right? Like, the fact that Monkey is taking so much damage in these early parts of these fights means that he has to go back to base. They can then take those T2s and just soar into the mid lane, but right now, the Burning Sun Arrow does connect onto the Zhang Fei. It's going to stop him using that Unbridled Outburst and stop them from taking this higher ground turret.
Unfortunately, they still do lose it. This is a really bad spot to be on POF side here. Miyu, one of those characters that you want to see split pushing, but she's forced to, you know, tend to base just so they don't lose, right? She's very strong in the 1v1s, but she's forced to team fight now. They really need to go ahead and break out of this and switch up the momentum of this game.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of all down to the attention of the Miyu here, right? Let's try to create some pressure into these side lanes, making sure that they just don't have that minion wave, especially with those enhanced minions crashing in anytime soon, because that's going to be a problem for the side of POF if they aren't able to kind of tend that problem. But you can see here, top side of the map, LFO is just all looking and rotating together.
Yeah, Ganemo is like the president of that team, always has the Hou-Yi and the Yuan around him to protect him here. And look at that.
The Unbridled Outburst came through, and it still was just like, Flowborn Tank was like, hold my beer, lads, let's go, and let's get the knock onto the Zhang Fei. There's just so much damage right now coming here from the side of LFO. They're not looking to keep any of this pressure to themselves. They're looking to burst like the supernova they are. Henges gets taken down here. The Burning Sun Arrow does not connect, but it forces the Infinite Vastness. The Umbral Rune does come through as well, but it's going to be the dive into the backline. It's going to be PPN to get the kill onto the Miyu.
This looks like it could be it here with the minion waves coming up. Now, the first two games were neck and neck, but this game, I'd say, is no contest. LFO and their Ganemo made the game look like it was... That rhymes, actually. LFO and their Ganemo, right?
LFO, Ganemo looking to go for the 2-1. I mean, it would have been nice for the 2-0, but... we're not going to be poets.
I was about to say
yet,
that too. I was about to say
we're just casters. We can't be poets at the same time. But there we go. That was definitely a much better performance there for the side of LFO, especially after that second match, sorry, where they took the beating there from POF. Definitely nice comeback indeed.
You can definitely tell the difference between when the Ganemo is built around, right, and when it's not, right? We see in the Ganemos earlier is really struggling to play. Struggling to walk up, hit combos, all that. But when, you know, all the pieces are in place for it and you go ahead and lock it in later on, especially on someone like White, which seems to be, you know, like a very, very seasoned Ganemo player, everything just comes naturally. He kind of just walks up casually. Oh, all right, shoot 4 blades into this guy, get a kill here, get a kill there, and he just kept getting out of control.
Yeah, it kind of seems that way, right? It kind of seemed like maybe White was just kind of like trying to lull them into a false sense of security. It's like, my couple blades are not hitting. I'm just a terrible Ganemo. And then all of a sudden it's just crack. And then he gets that 606 KDA and the MVP overall for this game number 3 as well.
Absolutely crazy score there. Second item, Tome of Wisdom there. We saw him build that up so early. That's usually an item that, you know, players get stuck on for a long time, right? One of the most expensive items. But he was so accelerated into the early game. He knew his team was there to set him up, and then they always fed him all the kills too, so he's able to pick that up so early. And from then on, it's all she wrote. No one on the enemy side was able to itemize magic resist early enough. They all have the magic resistance boots, but that's not enough when you're staring down, you know, Staff Reverberation, penetration boots, and, you know, Tome of Wisdom. Ganemo was just firing into people.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's got that Void Staff towards the end there really makes sense why he was able to just cut down YB on this Zhang Fei, right? Like, he got rinsed, and then all it took was just you on Flowborn Tank to just come through, just lock down with that ultimate, and then the rest, like you said there, Phil, was history. And POF, I mean, they were able to get, obviously, their first win on the board in game number 1, but the momentum here for LFO is slowly but surely climbing here for them. Potentially match point here in game number 4.
Absolutely. That is the most dominant game of the series so far. Are they able to keep that momentum going here? Or was that a one-hit wonder there with the Ganemo, right? One of their signature picks. It is global pick ban here, so they're not able to pick any of those characters again. So let's go ahead and see how the drafts go up now. This is do or die. We need to pull out all the stops now.
They do definitely need to pull out all the stops for it. I mean, the fact is that they've locked in the likes of, obviously, the potential carries in mid lane, right, in terms of mages. Because Mai Shiranui, is he going to come through in this game number 4? Probably not. But the fact is they've obviously dropped the Nua. They've dropped the Gana and Mo as well. So already those kind of like mid lanes, especially they lost the match with the Nua. It's kind of like a little bit more of a salt to injury, because the fact is they've just lost against another great carry potential for White.
All right, let's go ahead and check out the bracket now. We see LFO leading 2-1 now on match point. POF has a little bit of making up to do, but both LFO and POF are automatically qualified for the top 8, and they're both going home winners here, right? This is just basically for the extra cash prizing that is first place, and of course the bragging rights that come with it. As we see today, BFP actually took a 2-1 against DFL, and that was such an intense series as well.
Yep, cash prize, pride, and bragging rights on the line for these two teams right now. But this is not the end of New Kings after today, right? We have a tournament taking place in the whole of August, obviously starting with scrims into the trials. Scrims is for those that definitely want to try and get involved with this but don't have 5 people to play with. We will do our best within the Honor of Kings EU Discord server to match you up into a already established team. Then trials is where you start to build your synergy, and then supremacy for both of these two tournaments is where you get to win those bigger prize pools and obviously put a name and claim to your place within the Honor of Kings EU circuit. But obviously none of this would be good or greater if we have some special giveaways, right? Definitely an extra aid to get into the Honor of Kings EU Discord is so that you can participate in this giveaway of 2,400 tokens.
In Honor of Kings, it's not enough to just play good. You gotta look good while you're doing it, right? We have all these amazing collabs coming out, and then you're gonna need tokens to fuel your skin buying addiction if you have some like me here. So make sure to join up on that Discord so you guys can get yourself some of those giveaways here too, as well as, you know, join the New Kings circuit here just for playing and participating. Either you yourself, or you can come with your team, or just any amount of players here just for participating. We have a lot of rewards for everyone.
A lot of rewards, but the biggest reward right now is going to be that Game 4 draft as we go into it for you guys. This is going to be POF onto the blue side and LFO once again onto the red. Mai Shiranui, unfortunately, is still going to be in chains, as well as Ali. They are sisters together. They are in the prison of the ban phase.
So I'm looking at some of the heroes that are left over here, and I see POF has a good amount of sizable picks left, right? Yep. They can still use the pay. They can use the Gan and Mo if they opted to, you know, want to build a composition like that for them here. They have the Fati available. So POF, they need to pull them all out right now. It's match point basically for LOF. Sure, it might not leave enough gas in the tank to win that final game, but if you lose this one, there is no final game.
There is no final game indeed, right? But I mean, this is what we was talking about earlier. Obviously, POF have already kind of expanded the Orgrim pick here. So now for the side of LFO, did they decide to go for it? They do lock it in, as well as the Liang also. So not only is suppression coming through here for the side of LFO, maybe we'll get that Princess Frost here to kind of just round out that control duo.
I can see it already. The Princess Frost is coming up. They're going to put Princess Frost mid, funnel Ogren all the farm. One of the most bread and butter combos there, the Princess Frost, Liang, Ogren core there. And the side of POF, they have already expended the Princess Frost, so they can no longer, you know, even remove that option away from them.
I mean, double Ogren counter here, the Liampo with the Agudo as well. That's going to be trouble here for the side of LFO. So even though they got given the Ogren within this game number 4, it's all going to be very hard and much harder for them, right? Especially with the pacing in the early game that the Gudo gives over to the side of POF, but also that massive crowd control that Liam Poe gives over to the side of POF as well. Like, that huge Tremor Smash is going to kind of disrupt the whole flow of LFO.
I am surprised LFO didn't go ahead and pick up the Princess Frost right there. Now that gives the POF the ability to go ahead and ban it away. They opt to choose the Flowborn Marksman instead. Very curious how they want to build this out, because I doubt the POF is going to let them have that Princess Frost now.
I mean, down. I mean, it might not right come through. I mean, it's definitely kind of like you've already got the Liang. It already seems like it's going to be a potential here for the side of LFO if they are going to go for this one. But at the same time, POF might be like, you know what, guys, bet. Let's see what you can do with it. But I feel like that's probably not going to be the case, right? Especially with LFO on match point.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to let them have it here. Both teams are taking their time with the bans here. Yep, instantly gets erased away there. The Princess Frost, that core is too reliable, you know, to the point where I'm like, why did we not get that Princess Frost there earlier? That core is such a bread and butter there. But they're seeing something I don't hear currently. The Flowborn Marksman will give them some poke and range that Princess Frost doesn't necessarily provide. And then they're also going ahead and removing the range from someone like the Nua here, being picked up potentially by POF.
Yeah, LFO's already used the Nua, so they're banning it out here in terms of obviously carry potential for Henges onto the side of POF. But the Ladies Gen pick here, again, obviously, could have been a huge counter for the side of POF. I don't think they've picked the Lady Gen just yet. The side of POF, that could have been, again, just another counter and massive for the side.
Oh, they have picked it,
they've already used it, so it made sense for them to ban out the Lady Gen here.
I'm thinking, what is another mid laner they can go ahead and use on the side of LFO here to fill that, like, Princess Frost niche? We haven't seen it in this tournament yet, from my understanding, but maybe the Shi could come out, you know, and pull him into that Liang, pull him into that Ogren, and we see the Cloud. Oh, is that? Oh, man. Again, they did it to me again, Blam. All right, they were hovering the Lubu. I'm like, whoa, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about it, and then I check my thing. I'm like, oh, they haven't picked Byron yet.
Yeah, I don't want any Lubus coming through, right? I mean, I'm still kind of hurting from the Lubu that came through previously. It's not the greatest pick, man. It's honestly, it's just, I don't know, man. It needs a little bit more work. I mean, you need to kind of rush the kind of like the siege item as well for it to actually even have any kind of power into the game. So it's kind of very heavily dependent on that one itemization. But for the side of POF, they go for the D-Ranger here. Again, great pick in terms of getting the damage reduction onto the side of LFO, as well as obviously Henges onto the Ganamo. So you can really kind of try and hopefully see the setup of the ultimate from the D-Ranger, as well as those couple blades that we saw in game number 3. But oh, potentially here, White going for the Kong Ming. That would be crazy.
Yeah, very interesting about Kong Ming is when you ever, maybe some other stuff here, but back on the Kong Ming point, in solo queue or any sort of rank play, you usually see it in the jungle, but in competitive, it is almost exclusively played in the mid lane, actually. People love playing in the mid lane. I don't think I've ever seen it played jungle competitively. Maybe once or twice it's come out, but it's actually ended up being the Angela here. They opted to go for more of a safe pick. They're like, hey, it's match point, you know, I'm not gonna be too fancy with it here. All right, let's pick the Angela. Let's melt down this Gudo and this Liang Po here in the front line, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I mean, the Angela kind of makes sense as well, right? They have obviously the Ogren, they also have they have the Agudo, and they have the Liang Po, so they need to kind of like that, have the anti-tank kind of like aspect to their draft. But also obviously she has great rotations, right? Like with her common sort of like combo, if she lands that combo, it kind of stops the enemies in place. It does a lot of damage. The more of those skills that you hit, the more damage output you're actually going to get from the Angela as well, right? So in terms of a great burst mage, she definitely has everything that you need. And obviously the anti-CC properties of her ultimate, Blazing Brilliance, means that if she does kind of get dunked on with the Tremor Smash or anything like that, she's not going to move. She's just going to keep like shooting down that laser and just doing so much damage onto your front line and back line.
Yeah, she's one of those mages that you can't interrupt with the Liang Po, which is, I think, a big reason why they went ahead and picked it there. I actually like that matchup, the Angel and the Liang Po matchup, because Liang Po, he gets you killed by crowd controlling you. He doesn't have enough damage to, you know, brute force take you out, but Angel doesn't care. Some Angels build lifesteal, and then they can just sit there and have the Liang Po smashing at them while they lasering down their teammates.
Exactly that. I mean, we're potentially going to be seeing the match point here for these two teams between Power of Friendship and looking for Org. Obviously, Both of these teams are already going to be in the Open Series anyway, into the top 8 for Western Europe, which means that they can potentially try and traverse even further up into the Honor of Kings esports ecosystem, because this is where it all kind of starts, right? The grassroots tournaments mean something in Honor of Kings. It means that you have another way and a stepping stone into greater prize pool, but also greater recognition on the stage.
I cannot think of a better way to get an org other than taking first place in the new Kings Ascension series here, right? That's a nice ring, has a nice ring to it, perfect on the resume, and it does not get better than that, right? So, hey, if we see them go ahead and take first place here, you know, next month they might not be called looking for an org anymore.
They might not be. They might be into the Open Series, and then that's when we start to see them in obviously the KMW, which will take place obviously in September. So it's going to be interesting to see what teams are going to be going back to that one again. I'm pretty sure we'll see all the partner teams like OG Esports, Virtus Pro, 9Z Globan again as well. So, and then we'll obviously have to see who wins on those 3 Open Series, because one's Western Europe, one's Eastern Europe, and then one will be for the Latin South and Latin North as well. So, and the NA. I mean, how can we forget about NA, right? I mean, MCOY from the previous.
I've been hearing about Muwaji building a super team in NA, you know, so very curious if they go ahead and make it back to there and see if they can perform a little bit better this time. That's going to be very, very exciting to watch. But we're getting ready to get into this match here. It is match point, so both teams need to give it their all. They could wrap it up right now if they wanted to.
They could indeed. We need to wait for the match to go ahead. Obviously, just a little bit of a technical pause here for one of the players as we're just waiting to get into this match point. But I mean, it's been one heck of a tournament so far, Phil, right? I mean, this is the first time within the European circuit that we've had something like this. The new Kings Ascension is always going to be that community circuit that's going to lead into the Open Series if it just continues going, right? Like, this is definitely a great entry point for some of these players that may not want to compete within the Open Series that's in game right now. They just want to be like, right, okay, let's try and like form a new team. Let's see what kind of like untapped potential we have within the European region, and let's make a team together. Let's kind of rise together, and let's see how far we can get within that ecosystem.
Absolutely. Europe has a lot of talented players, you know, but sometimes they can't quite find that right stage to, you know, come up and show what they got. This is the perfect spot for that. As we mentioned earlier, make sure to join up in the Discord here. You can come in as a solo player, trio, whatever. You can probably bring 10 people in here, all right? And then get 2 teams going and then scrim each other, right? This is a great place to go ahead and meet friends and get better and improve on the game. If you want to be a pro player one day or just get better at the game, this is one of the best environments for it. And all along the way, you're going to get rewarded. You're going to get tokens. You're going to get cash prizes. You're going to get figurines just for participating.
Exactly. I mean, what more can you want, right? I mean, it's probably not the prize pools that we've been seeing in the international tournaments, but this is the stepping stone, right? Like, you have to kind of walk before you can crawl, or crawl before you walk, or then even then fly into Saudi Arabia, right? Like, that's what we've just seen from some of these teams that kind of made their way and their place within the international tournaments by winning the Open Series. I mean, one of the most kind of like notable ones has to be Twisted Minds, right? Twisted Minds was a part of the Open Series within Western Europe and managed to make it all the way to KMW, managed to take down OG Esports within the KMW, and then managed to go all the way to KWC to get even further, and obviously to lose to a KPL team. That's kind of like your ultimate goal, right? Is to see how far you can kind of push.
It's an honor.
It is an honor.
Absolutely. And while the road seems tough and it seems hard to go ahead and get that spot in there, someone always does it, right? As Blam just mentioned, Twisted Minds was the team for that there. There's always going to be a team that qualifies through, no matter how hard it is. You got to win this qualifier into this tournament, but there's always going to be a team that ends up doing it, and that could be you guys.
It could be you guys. You sitting there right now eating Doritos or whatever you're doing. You've got kind of like cheesy, dusty fingers, and you're like, oh man, I really wish I could be an Honor of Kings pro player. And obviously the new Kings Ascension is going to be one way to do that, right? If this continues, obviously Ascension into the Open Series, potentially next year as well, because we are going to have a final Open Series of this year, which is going to be the Split 4 Open Series. because that's going to be the ultimate kind of like the pipeline into potentially getting into KIC at the end of the year. And then obviously, as we get KIC, we'll have more plans being rolled out for the Honor of Kings ecosystem, which I have no doubt that Open Series will be a part of once again. So we'll need more ways for these teams and new players that need to get on that stage and show their faces and become the players that we need to become the kings of Honor of Kings.
And you know what's interesting here? No matter who wins or loses this right here, both these teams have already qualified for top 8. So they could get revenge later on, the losing team on the winning team. Or they can go ahead and extend their lead even further to the top 8 as they both already qualified. They're just playing for prizing right now. And also, we almost always forget to mention, they could be also playing for that MVP figurine. We still don't really know what it is yet. I'm not sure who is on track to get it really, but maybe it could be white if LFO goes ahead and wins.
Right, so just as we kind of getting the redraft and all these problems solved out, guys, we're going to go for a quick break, so don't go anywhere. This could be match point between these two teams and could be the conclusion of the new Kings Ascension. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you soon. Back everybody to the Honor of Kings new Kings Ascension tournament. I am Blam and with me is Phil. Thanks for bearing with us. We just had to obviously get everything ready and right for this game number 4 because it could be match point, right? We want to make sure these players are playing on the most fairest grounds so they can have the best performance on the Gorge.
Absolutely. From my understanding, a redraft will be done here, so I'm not sure if the same picks are going to come out or one or two are going to be different, but very excited to see how that goes ahead and goes down. As Blam mentioned, this is match point, so we got to make sure, you know, all of our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted before we go into this match here, because this is for prizing, this is for number 1, right? This is going to really matter.
It's for prize, it's for bragging rights, right? Like, you want to make sure that you get the cleanest victory in the cleanest fashion. But I suppose we'll be in-game very soon, guys. Obviously, the redraft is only because one team picked Flowball Marksman, which means that obviously within Global Ban pick, if you pick it once, even if it's like Tank or Marksman, you can't pick it again. So now we're going to get that redraft for one of the teams come through as well. I believe it was the side of LFO that actually picked the Marksman. Yeah, it's third pick where we was really hoping for that Princess Frost to come through, right? Obviously that got banned, so they won't be able to pick up that Princess Frost. It will have to be something different into that farm lane.
Yeah, not sure if they're gonna have some sort of, usually sometimes if you misdraft, you lose some bans on the redraft and such. Not sure how that's gonna go down there, but interested to see how this next draft goes here, and maybe this time they will pick up their traditional 3-man core together so it does not get banned away.
Yes, let's wait and see what actually does get picked up here for these teams, right? I mean, this is, like we say, it may be match point. This is a best of 5. It could still go the full distance, but even if it goes the full distance, right, it's not going to be ultimate battle. That only comes through with best of 7. So they could still be including this game, another game on top of that, which we would love to see, right? We'd love this to be the day of the full best of series because we had it for 3rd place. And it'd be really nice to get it for place number 1 as well, just to make sure that both these teams have all the chances possible to get that bragging rights at the end.
All the chances to get these bragging rights and all the chances to get this, like, A1 practice, right? This is playing on practically on stage here, on live. It does not get more real than this. And then if you can succeed here, you can go ahead and move up and succeed in the other tournaments and brackets going up as well too, up until maybe even the KWC one day.
Maybe. I mean, that'll be obviously next year as well. Obviously, Saudi tournament has already been come and gone. I mean, it seems like, what, we was only there a few weeks, not even a week ago, Phil. It's not even been a full week since I
miss it already, Blam. I miss it already.
Where's the hotel food? I was eating so good.
I know.
So good. And that's another thing for these players to look out for, right? I mean, once you go into these international competitions, you get to obviously stay at some kind of like schwanky hotels. You get some really nice food as well. So it's not all about kind of like what happens on the Gorge. It's the personal experiences as well, right? This is what the players are looking for.
Also, the player lounge. Blam, why is the player lounge 100 times better than the talent lounge? Right? They have all kinds of games, everything. They have like mini fridges of whatever they want. They get like a personal chef or something. They have their own little cafeteria. I snuck in there once and I don't want to leave.
I mean, you mean to tell me you didn't have a personal chef while she was in KWC?
No, we just went down to get the hotel breakfast.
That must have just been me. Sorry. But yeah, it's going to be going into the draft now, guys. We are going to go ahead with game number 4 between these two teams, and we're going to redraft this way. Obviously, we're going to keep the bans the same. It just means that the redraft here for the side of LFO will look a little bit different because of that marksman, Flowball Marksman pick earlier.
Alright, it looks like they are keeping up the same game plan here with the Fati first pick, and it looks like LFO is sticking to their guns here with the same, maybe they agreed on, alright, everything the same, just switch out that one full-board marksman pick here as
Correct.
Everything, it looks like it's going to be the same draft. It's just going to see what white ends up picking up here instead of the full-board marksman.
Oh, I mean, the only team locked in the D Ranger though, so I don't know if that's available. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. But because that then means that obviously POF doesn't get the D Ranger, and that's what they went for. So I feel like it might have to be something a little bit different here for the side of LFO. We'll wait and see if that gets locked in here, but. Ultimizing? Yeah, I thought not.
Okay.
That'd be a bit unfair, right? Like, hey, we're redrafting. We're going to take that pick of yours, and you're not going to have that anymore.
I think I like that pick you got there, DRNG. All right.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I know that's a nice pick, man. I mean, that's really gonna stop that Liam Po. It's really gonna stop that that Agudo jumping in on me as well. But no, the Chano coming through here is gonna be just as good, right? As definitely in terms of obviously late game assurance as well. We've seen some great Chano performance already today as well within that third place matchup. So coming through here. A lot of damage. Just need to make sure they scale him into the late game. Make sure that the enemy team doesn't focus him, so it kind of hinders him.
Yeah, bans, it looks like they're going to be exactly the same as well, too. And Channel, while most people tout him as being a good tower pusher and seizure, he's actually pretty good with the Liang as well, right? Liang locks down the targets. The wolves are not the smartest, you know, AI little creatures in the game, right? But they know how to hit someone if they're standing still there. So he's able to call in those wolves on the Liang target there and get a lot of DPS down on that person there. Yep, the bans look to be exactly the same here. Lady Jen and who's this last one here? Oh my god, I can't quite remember.
The last ban, I believe it was. I feel like it was it a farm lane. I don't think it was actually a farm lane. We'll have to wait and see if that one comes through for the side of LFO. But I mean, it's gonna be the wolves against the critters, right? Like this is gonna be the battle of the Agudo against the Chano in terms of those ads coming through as well. So critters against the spirit wolves is gonna be see what that match is gonna be like here for both of these teams. But I mean, we know the draft from this point on. Obviously, POF have like with the Agudo, solid kind of like early game kind of aggression as well. In terms of obviously rotation, in terms of takedown of the turrets. So they're really gonna wait and make sure to see what happens here.
Okay, Aaron being hovered there. That should be a DRNG from my understanding. But it looks like maybe POF gets the option to switch it up here, you know?
I mean, why would you want to switch it up, right?
not-
Why would you want to switch it up? Okay, they're going to go and lock in the HoYi and the Ganamo. Okay, so that means that is actually going to be the change here for the side of POF rather than the D Ranger. They're going to go for that same kind of top comp that we had from LFO of game number 3.
Absolutely, and then the Byron is not used yet, or the Mayin, so they have a good amount of clash lane options on the side of LFO. I actually like the HoYi better, I think. Being able to, you know, land that ultimate on the more stationary targets like the Liang. I guess you can't really get the Angela too well, but if you can connect it on her before she ultimates, that's pretty good. But if she had good reaction times, you can go ahead and turn it on too. So that's a nice little skill matchup there, as it looks like LFO is switching up their they're switching up their final pick as well too. Did they have Mayin last game on their clash lane?
I think it was meant to be Mayin anyway. Yeah, I believe it was the Mayin that they needed to go for there as well. So obviously Angelo. I think the Angelo was the final pick. I believe not. But then obviously
Angelo was the final pick last time.
Yeah,
I recall. But as long as they all line up and then they're all the same characters there, that's all good. As we're loading into the game now.
Yeah, so obviously this could be potential match point, as we keep saying, between LFO and POF. Has the draft kind of give the viewers in the YouTube chat the confidence that they're going to win this one with a 3-1, or is this going to be the comeback of POF with that 2-2 scoreboard? Is obviously going to be the potential of this this next game.
If POF can go ahead and pilot that Ganamo HoYi combo similar to how LFO did it, then I think it will go to a best of 5 here at the very end, match 5. But I don't know, White, as we mentioned here, is kind of known for that Ganamo. It'd be a tough act to follow.
Oh, absolutely. He played very well, right? I mean, what was the KDA again? 606. You got the MVP performance on it as well. So like you said, it's definitely going to be kind of like a big shadow to be kind of like living in for the side of POF with this one. But I suppose their mid lane has been playing pretty well as well. Is it their carry that they've been having throughout the majority of the series? Probably not. you're probably looking more towards their bot side, which is obviously 7 Eng. 7 Eng been playing very well on the likes of the Loong as well. So let's see if he can actually carry them into a 2-2 scoreboard, or is it going to be the matter of White on the side of LFO that's going to be the carry for them?
If we were thinking back about the draft, they were hovering Koming actually, and I'm thinking, wait, White, he's trying to play for that MVP and get that figurine, isn't he? Because the Koming, when you win on the Koming, he's almost always the MVP. Angela, a little bit tougher. All right, depending on what happens this game, we may or may not see it there. But the Koming, definitely another solid choice there. And yeah, you were mentioning in day one that White kind of reminds us of, you know, Wendy from Nova. And he kind of does. He plays all these very high damage carry mid laners. In the competitive scene, you don't see many mid laners, the more they're the utility-orientated ones that play She and Princess Frost and such. So it's always a breath of fresh air to see a nice carry-focused mid laner hit the gorge.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have a core change-up, right? Because, I mean, most of these teams that we've seen, obviously, international, and even these teams so far within New Kings Ascension, their cores generally seem to be either their side lanes or their jungle, so not many of them get to have the kind of, like, pro plays in the mid lane and really have those kind of, like, star-studded players shine out there into the mid lane. But, I mean, if you're looking at kind of, like, standout mid laners within, like, the international competition, you're looking at the likes of, obviously, Wendy, you're looking at the likes of, obviously, like, Hylang of Twisted Minds as well, right? So there's definitely, like, players out there that can be the core of their team into mid lane, but it takes a special somebody to be that core.
Yeah, it's a little bit more rare, you know, it's just more, I would say, I don't want to say easier, but it's more simple to play around like a bot lane core, right? A bot lane duo, you have two people down that lane, and then use the mid lane as more of a secondary support. But when the teams deviate from it, LFO is definitely a team that can deviate. We've seen him pull out the Futsu as well too in day one, game one, and they were to make it work. But let's get into the game here, and let's see how match 4 does.
Yes, game number 4 between POF and LFO. Is it going to be a 3-1 or take it to the 2-2 here for the side of POF? I mean, the guys in the chat are more than likely hoping for that 2-2 victory for the side of POF, right? I mean, we have some POF fans in the viewers and in the chat right now, but it all happens and is all decided with what actions take place on the gorge.
And I think these arrows are going to be very important. We always tout Ganemo being the carry, but when it's HoK and Ganemo, it's really HoK doing the heavy lifting, right? Landing those arrows across the map. They don't quite have it yet, but there's something to look out for sure. As we see them trying to fend off the invade from LFO, playing really aggressive early game already. Both teams have kind of figured each other out now. They know how they like to play and how they like to, you know, jungle and such. So they're trying to take advantage of that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like we're saying in the draft as well, right? Like, the Gudo is definitely going to be playing quite to a very aggressive early game in terms of tempo, trying to set the tempo for his team. He is one of those tempo-setting junglers, kind of like the Ogryn here as well. Just making sure that they are trying to maintain the clear here for you on the side of LFO with the help of White, right? Like, they're trying to go 2v1 around the gorge of the camps here, making sure that they're able to maintain and just keep that pace up with Jujan.
Absolutely. It looks like both mid laners are not quite able to get level 4. Ganemo just ticked into it, and he ominously walking towards the bot lane here. Can something happen here? Nope. LFO smells it here and backs back up. They're not falling for that trick anymore. And it's actually channel with sprint is interesting. Usually you see them run flash, but the sprint channel definitely want down the enemies.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you activate, obviously, Leader's Pack, his ultimate, having that sprint as well means that you can kind of just rush the enemy team a little bit more, just kind of like keep putting that pressure on. It's going to be interesting here for the side of LFO. But speaking of interesting, POF gets the first blood here. It is going to be the Fatih up into the top side of the map.
Solo kill too from my saying. Either side, Fatih just, you know, clash lane fashion, just fought him to the death there and won. And that's why Fatih's one of the picks now. It's not the strongest clash laner, being able to duel his opponent and skill well too.
Yeah, I mean, he's more than likely going to get that first blood potential, obviously, when he gets to level 5, right after CC Unity comes through. The suppression here as well is going to be the pick-off here for the side of LFO. They take down the jungle of POF, which could be troublesome here in terms of, obviously, tempo setting and resource gathering right now.
Now, this is the same plan as last year, again and Mo. But now they have the Liang Angela. It's not quite as high range, but it is just as potent.
They get in the lockdown. Oh, the pickoff into the clash lane is going to be with the pairing of PPN and Yuan as well into that top side of the map. They're looking to create some pressure here to the side of POF.
Absolutely. So far, LFO is already kind of getting a sizable lead now, up about 1,000 gold. I'm surprised they're able to build that lead with how fast Agudo farms.
Seven have to use the flash. There's the burst ram as well. The conductor souls into the back line. It's going to be another pick-off here for the side of LFO. They are able to trade their marksman for the jungle. Is that going to be a very detrimental trade here for the side of LFO? Because now that the neutral objectives are up in around about 3 seconds.
Yeah, Ogren's not going to be in position for that, but it looks like POF is also not in position to go ahead and get... Oh, there we go! Flash into the blades. They're getting Angela behind tower. I would say, though, Ganamo has a great matchup against Angela. She's forced to stand still, and as I always say, Ganamo loves it when the enemy stands still.
When they stand still indeed, right? But I mean, is they going to be able to get the standstill onto the Chano? They do get the pickup here onto Chano on the side of LFO. Jujun is going to be getting that pickoff right now. I mean, he needs it, right? He needs some more gold and resources going over to the Agudo because he's been off the board for a little while. And right now, 7 looking to get that pressure down to the bot side of the map.
Wow, look at the Liangpo and the Ganon set up in that bush. If anyone came to contest that Hou there, they were in for a nasty surprise in that bush. But they do retreat up. They don't want to overextend here and try and fight the enemy for their Zero Golem. They know they don't really have the numbers here, so they back up. But Ogren, though, does not think so as he goes in.
Yeah, he's just looking to try and kind of like maintain that Azure Golem, right? Because, I mean, if the Ogren doesn't quite have that Azure Golem, I mean, he's definitely going to take a bit of a hit with in terms of the mana reduction as well. But speaking of reduction, one member goes down onto the side of LFO. That's going to pick up here once again for Henges on this Ganamo.
Ganamo seeing so much success here in this tournament. It seems like a lot of players enjoy playing that Ganamo. But this is definitely a switch up there. We see Venomous Staff being the pickup for a POF's Ganamo there. That was actually the last item.
PBN as well as you looking to commit with this one, but it's going to be the party putting a lot of pressure onto the backline there, but it's going to be Agudo that's get taken down. But right now, this could be a 2v1 trade here for the side, but the whatever's come through, he gets the CC knock up onto the party, and at the same time, LFO pushing this mid lane. They get the T1. They're creating some great pressure here.
Absolutely. That was so close to being a 1v2 highlight play here. But now we're seeing the impressive sieging potential from the channel. Pushing down that tier 2 at only 6 minutes.
Yeah, gotta be careful, right? I mean, oh, dodging out those freshly forged couple blades there. That could have been the end of Yuan on the Liang, but we are just seeing a bit of pressure here for PPN just being created with the Mai, and he gets a kill onto the Agudo. So once again, Jujun being taken off the board for another 18 seconds. That's going to be a little bit of a goal per minute being hindered here for the side of POF.
Now, this game is starting to look a lot more like the first 2 games here. It's relatively close. LFO is still ahead. Kills-wise, it's 6-7, but LFO just seems to be barely edging them out on stealing that farm and getting those invasions done, and that's how they're up that 2,000 gold.
I mean, how are they going to keep it for if we start to see takeoff and pickoffs onto the people like Liang, right? Like, if they're going to keep going into brushes and then get hit with the burst ram, and then Hou comes through and just gets a little bit more of a slow there, it's kind of hard here for the side of LFO. They need to make sure they had the pressure being built and surmounted for their side. They are just they're letting off a little bit, right?
Absolutely. And then people always think playing at the highest level, you got to have all these complex compositions and all that and such. And as we've seen from KWC, even at the literal highest level of play, it's the simple, easy to execute compositions that do the best. HoK Ganamo, how simple is it? You land the arrow, and then you use Ganamo, walk them up, and then combo that target right there. And then both sides here, I say, have a relatively easy composition to go ahead and execute on. We have the Liang Angela versus the HoK Ganamo. One has high range.
They know where to put the pressure onto the side of POF, right? They need to make sure they take down the party in terms of making sure that their backline is able to stay alive within these team fights. So now the party has had to run back to base. Means that he's going to be out of this next team fight. So it's going to be Henges here onto the Ganon mode. That's a lot of damage being taken off the board here temporarily.
Absolutely, and what I was saying there is the advantage of the HoK Ganamo combo inside POF is they have that range, but once you're in close range, you see the blender that is Angela. They're absolutely obliterating Ganamo there.
Yeah, absolutely running down the Ganamo indeed, right? I mean, LFO are currently up by around about 2k gold now. They might lose some kind of lead here as well, the whatevers, and also get it out of there alive is going to be the Mayin just by the hair of a chinny chin chin. She gets out thanks to the flash as well. They get the pickup of the Tyrant, so this is going to be good for the side of LFO. But like I said earlier, they need to keep maintaining, putting the gas on to the side of POF.
Yeah, LFO, even though the kills have been neck and neck, they've been able to just find gold elsewhere, right? If these kills go down in the enemy jungle, the best thing they can do is trade you on kills. They can never really steal your farm. So since they're taking these fights in the enemy jungle, they're able to get these jungle monsters here. And then even if they die and trade, which they have been doing, they're at least up to gold from it.
Yeah, I felt like that Burning Sun arrow came through a little bit too late after those couple blades, right? You kind of want to let that Burning Sun arrow land first and then hit the couple blades here from the Ganamo, so maybe a little bit of miscommunication here from the side of POF, but they are definitely punishing that onto the side of LFO, right? Getting that T2 into the top side of the map. Their mid lane pretty much being deleted here by the side of LFO. This is where they need to keep pushing forward, making sure they're not just taking those 1v2 trades. They need to make sure they're getting a little bit more here. But that Burning Sun arrow connects. There is the burst ramp into the back line, onto the rest of the side of LFO. But there it is. The Death Precipice gets to pick up onto the Lian Po. This is trouble for the side of POF as they take down the party as well. They're looking to keep these minion waves maintained and pushed.
I thought that was goners for Ogren there. He got hit by a almost max range HoE arrow, but that Conductor of Souls onto 2 or 3 there instantly healed him back up the full, and he ends up getting out. LFO has been getting away with murder, it seems like, with a lot of characters here. The Mayin lives on 1 HP. The Ogren lives there while, you know, kind of solo invading, stealing the enemy Azure Golem there.
LFO obviously looking to try and get these both neutral objectives at the same time. They do have the primal bond, so they have to make sure they try and get this. I mean, POF try and get the steal there with the Furball connect, but they gets to take down onto Henges on the Ganon mode, but gets paid back. He's going to be the Liang. He gets taken out. So right now, that's going to be the mid lane for the support. So suppression's not going to come through for the side of LFO right now.
Mayin was able to find an angle and get an insta-kill on that Ganamo, actually. And it seems like the Ganamo on the side of POF not quite able to find that positioning as we see here.
Yeah, positioning a little bit off there, obviously, not just for the Ganamo, but Lian Po as well, right? Like, he almost got melted down by the Blazing Brilliance. He has to be careful because with him being pretty much the actual front line of POF, if they lose him, they only have the Furball from Agudo, which is only really like a pseudo kind of front line. It doesn't quite do the job that you need like a Lian Po, right?
Absolutely. They're looking at about a 5,000 gold deficit here, and we're pushing into base. This is the point of the game where teams got to be really careful. This is going to be decided.
Oh, no! They're going to bait the Chano hit with the Burning Sun arrow onto the Ganamo takedown as well. Yu is not looking too hot there. He's trying to get into the enemy team to get that HP regen. He gets the path of passing over to the wall. The Vanguards are pushing the higher ground turrets for now. That is 1 down. Are they going to go for 2 or even 3 here?
They are really low on side of LFO, and this is getting very, very dangerous here as they try to push up for the middle high ground as well. Another ultimate coming out. It looks like they are probably going to be able to take one more, but look at the shielding on Auburn there. Wait,
yep, try to melt down the side of POF for now. That's going to be the high ground turret into the mid lane. They're already waiting for the party to come back, but man, Party gets back onto the gorge. He has no high ground turrets left.
Triple high ground at 12 minutes. This is like almost insurmountable to come back from. POF needs to stall this game out to Tyrant, the Tempest Dragon. I'm sorry. Go ahead and get it for a chance to come back. At this early in the game, these waves are going to be permanently pushing into the enemy base.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right, for the side of POF, is the fact that they have the enhanced minions onto the side of LFO constantly pushing in, and we can already see here into the mid lane, White as well as Chano just looking to kind of just keep funneling those minions in. They have the pressure here going completely in their favor. In terms of favor as well, they have the gold lead also, but right now, having to use a Splendor, maybe trying to bait out a bit of a team fight. Maheen has to get out of there with looking pretty low, but into the backline is going to be Hugh looking to try and take out the Agudo as well, but Vati's able to get access onto the Liang, so already a double kill for the side of POF. Can they get some more? The Soaring Shot for the side of Chano is looking to put the pressure on, as well as the path of passing. They are looking just to keep pushing through and maybe even get these minions through, but it's 5-3. That's not some good odds.
Those are not good odds, but this Ogren is so incredibly strong now. He's level 15, super fed here, probably closing in on full items here. No matter what happens to the side of LFO, they do have the insurance policy that there's no high ground towers on side of POF. Even if they win fights, they can win 3-4 fights in a row from here on out. They are still going to be forced to tend to minions there in the base, because these elite minions are going to be coming out permanently here. And look, just a second later here, no one's looking at clashing. Look at those minions there. Those are about to push in now.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so here. You can kind of see LFO are going to go for that Shadow Overlord to just create even more pressure, right? Like, you can kind of see that the play here for POF is to just try and get a little bit of a Hail Mary play in terms of getting the minion wave, maybe crashing into that T1 into either the top side or mid, but then that's when they drop the Vanguard. They completely wipe out that HoK and then just push these side lanes, as you can see here, Phil. We have minion waves in top and bot.
Ogren is holding on to it, though, waiting for the perfect opportunity to go ahead and call it in. So that means they're not going to make this their final push. Oh, no, this might be the final push here. They call it in. Let's see what lane they ended up calling it in on.
Benetton Arrow does actually land onto the Angela. Ganamo does a lot of damage onto the Liang as well, so they have to be careful going into this team fight. That's a little bit of zapping from the Shadow Tyrant as well. Is definitely putting pressure onto those squishy heroes onto the side of LFO.
Siegebreaker also gets picked up by Mayin now. This is the game right here. This fight is gonna decide the game.
It can decide the game, but I mean, already you looking pretty low onto the Ogren, right? I mean, he was definitely trying to get Jujon onto the Agudo, but they weren't able to maintain that fight onto the side of POF. They had to go back. They had to make sure that the Crystal wasn't getting taken down.
Absolutely. It looks like Alpha does not want to make any mistakes here. We've seen some, throws early in the day. They want to make sure they're methodical about this. They know they're up 3 high ground towers and they're projected to win this now. They just want to make sure they go ahead and do it slowly and safely now.
They're just trying to thread the needle, right? They're just trying to make sure they can get these Vanguards through and just maybe even just get a few kills here, right? Because that's what's really on the minds of LFO. They can't kind of make the same mistake as some of those international teams do. Like, right, guys, we're getting impatient. We're at the Crystal. Let's just kind of just keep going, doing damage at the Crystal. And then they lose 1, 2, 3 members. And then that's when the comeback happens for the team that had no high ground turrets, right?
Absolutely. While I think most of the teams we saw, they kind of, they feel like they have hope, right? They win a few team fights, but these minions, it's just so, like, it's permanent. You always have to send 1 or 2 people after it, and then when the Tempest Dragon comes up to you, you can't really take a fair fight too. So it looks like LFO might be playing into that, and then they're just gonna play the long con and wait out to Tempest Dragon here, and know they have the positional advantage.
The Burnets on Arrow trying to connect onto the Marine. Oh, beautiful timing. Beautiful timing.
Uh-oh, they're getting a little bit impatient, though. We were saying they're taking it slow, but it looks like they're starting to get a little bit impatient going into the base.
Yeah, you can just see that obviously top side of the map, we're seeing the China's just trying to just obviously create a little bit of pressure up there, making sure that they're kind of like, just, right, okay, they're not going to commit to any team fight. Same here. You on the Orgrin has to kind of back away, maybe try and go for a little bit more resources here. I don't think he's 6-slotted at this point of the game just yet. They're still ahead by around about 3k gold here for the side of LFO, but as we get into this kind of like approaching the 20-minute mark, it doesn't really mean much, that 3k gold lead.
Absolutely. Now all that really matters is how they go ahead and team fight and the execution of that. There's the arrow going down, and then here we go.
Here is the team fight. Ganamo gets to pick up onto the Liang into the early part of the team fight. Orgrin's just soaking so much damage, but the Mayin into the backline just puts the pressure onto the Ganamo. He gets the takedown. They're looking for the kill onto the Mayin. They get it. But now the Sage of Sanctuary's on the board here for Orgrin here. So even if he goes down, he can still get back up, still keep that pressure on. He has White. He has the Chana with him. Those are his two key damage people on his team.
And now they get to freely do the objectives while POF is forced to go ahead and tend to their base and minions once again. Oh, is this a steal?
Oh, no. That could have been a crazy steal there for the side of POF. That could have been their way back into the ticket. The Tremor Smasher would have been committed here. It means that YB is going to get taken down by Chano as well. There goes one front line. There goes another. But that is a Sage of Sanctuary there onto Jujump. But they realize that he didn't pick it up. They now go back for him. They get the wipe. We see here Chano into the bot side of the map. Has the Sage of Sanctuary again. But before he goes down, he gets the double kill. The blazing brilliance comes through here for Angela. They're looking to get these minions into the crystal. It's going to be LFO, your first place, your new Kings Ascension's first place team.
Very, very hard fought victory right there, but they earned it, right? They got that 12-minute triple high ground tower. That it's so hard to come back after that one, and I like how they played it safe. They didn't want to rush. They seen, you know, you can definitely lose from that perspective. It's projected to be a win, but it's not a guaranteed win. They played it really safe, methodical about it. They're like, all right, this is our last win we need. Let's go ahead and back up, cycle it back, and then look for good opportunities. They found one, and then they cleaned it up.
Exactly that, right? Like you said, that it's projected the win, but it's not a win until you actually take down the crystal, and that's exactly what POF knew, that because they were taking the fights on multiple fronts. They knew that they had to kind of just like make sure those minions were pushing through. So already they had so much kind of like going on the brain, right? It's happening, but we have minion waves crashing through, and that's really where LFO's strength came through. They just had to play the waiting game, and that's exactly what they did there.
I really want to highlight Mayin's gameplay here. While the score and, you know, the grade here isn't that quite that flashy, in a lot of the fights, Mayin was the one taking out the Ganamo. I think Mayin got like 2 to 3 insta-kills on the Ganamo there. Ganamo being 2-6-2, not quite able to do the job of the Ganamo we seen last game, right? Of White and how White comboed the Ganamo with his HoK.
Yeah, definitely a little bit like less effective. I feel like maybe positioning wise, because they were playing on the front foot, right? Like if you're playing on the front foot and then your positioning you have more room for error, right? Like you can kind of be like, right, okay, maybe I was a little bit too aggressive, but because we're kind of already playing from a position of privilege and power, it means that we can kind of make that mistake. Whereas for the side of POF in this game number 4, they never really had that positioning because that mid lane was completely decimated. Like they took the T1, they took the T2 straight after. So Ganamo's lane
like
was gone.
6 minutes, yeah.
Yeah.
He never really had that, you know, that safety to fall back on. So he was always trying to put himself at risk. And if you don't put yourself at risk, you know, you can't get anything done either. So, and unfortunately, that risk did not pay off, and he got caught out a few times by the Mayin, and the rest is history.
The rest is history, and that is obviously going to be the we'll look at the final bracket here for you guys, so you can see that the rundown here is going to show that LFO are your winners of the new Kings Ascension bracket with a 3-1 victory as well, right? Not the cleanest sweep that they had like they did in day number 1. It took a little bit of the defeat there in that game number 1 against POF for them to be like, all right, let's take you 3 rounds back to back after you've won 1.
while it is a 3-1, it did not feel like a 3-1 there. A lot of the games are super back and forth and could have went either way there. So I'd say POF, they're second place, but they're a lot closer than the score goes ahead and reads.
Yeah, it's second place, quite close there, but obviously third place matchup as well. I feel like that was really the banger that really set the kind of mood for today, right? Like DFL
great
going
start to
against
the day.
BFP was such a great matchup. Like, was honestly thinking that maybe Battle for Peace was going to just come out swinging. We're going to be the strongest team, but DFL, man, they definitely came back as well.
For sure. BFP, that was like the anime storyline right there. They started off with a loss. Second game, looking like they're getting 2-0'd here. But then they completely flipped the script, down 7,000 gold, won fights after fights after fights. And they had the Mai too, the Execute Mai. Didn't even have Execute, okay? But the Mai definitely executed a lot of enemies there, and they completely turned around. Super exciting series to watch there.
Yeah, super excited series to finish off our first part of the roadmap of New Kings. I mean, we still have August, we still have September. We don't have the Ascension part in August and September, but you can still rank into Supremacy, which means it's going to be a little bit like this. It's going to be 6 teams instead of 4, and you can play for that bigger prize pool as well. A bigger prize pool, bigger bragging rights, and obviously if you are still that solo player, you can enter into the Honor of Kings EU Discord, and we will do our best at matching you with a team.
And make sure to go ahead and join up in the Discord here to get yourself some tokens, guys. You can never have enough tokens here. We're giving away 2 lots of 1,200 tokens here. We gave some away yesterday. We're giving some away today too. You can get some tokens. You can join in, meet some friends, join into some of these tournaments potentially as a solo player or with your friends. We have a little bit of something for everyone here.
Exactly, that's what the best thing about it, right? Something for everybody to get the Honor of Kings EU scene rolling and going. And we're going to be looking at, obviously, getting everybody in that Discord. So if you're not in there already, make sure you're joining now for potential, obviously, the special giveaway, but also these next parts of the New Kings Ascension and, obviously, roadmap. But obviously, this wouldn't have been possible with, obviously, the powers that be and also the voices that be, right? Like, I am Blam at BlamMoba. You can follow me on all social medias at that tag. I stream. I make content for Honor of Kings as well. And obviously, we have Phil. You can obviously drop your hint and your tags below as well.
For sure, you can follow me at YumusYT, or on YouTube, I'm actually at Yumus Live. If you guys enjoy these pro level gameplays here and analysis, I usually break down some interesting games and all that, and you can find that over on my YouTube channel.
There you go. That's us, obviously, being put in there. We've done our little plug, shameless plug there, to see if you guys follow us, if you enjoyed our voices, enjoyed our narrative of this tournament. I'm sure we'll be back for some more as well, anyway, within the New Kings roadmap. So be sure to keep your eyes peeled onto the lives, onto what we bring in terms of the teams in these next few months as well.
Waking